Chapter 1458. Whoosh! Gales howled in the sky as they ran through space. They were like sharp blades as they scraped across the earth, bringing about terrifying whistling sounds. An ominous aura spread out from the flames in front of them. That aura seemed to be able to wipe out all life. It brought about an oppressive feeling. The black fog seemed to have substance. It turned into streams of air and swirled in the fierce wind that filled the sky, making whistling sounds. What happened? Rin Enbin, Luvia, Iria, Mio, and the others were shocked. Even Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. What happened? On the opposite side of the black mist, Wu Yan looked at the center of the black mist. His eyes gradually became serious. In the whistling sound, the black mist formed a stream of air. It was like water flowing out of a dam. It rolled and flowed down. Over there, the saber swordsman, whose black armor had been smashed into tatters, revealed his black ceremonial attire. He held a pitch-black sacred sword in his hand and lowered his head. His body was surging violently with a black-purple magical mist that resembled raging flames. An ominous aura that could frighten one's heart rose into the air. Ha! A beast-like roar came from Saber's body. It sent chills down everyone's spine. The black mist formed a stream of air that flowed to her side. It was like a tornado. It stirred up waves of air. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Saber held the sword with both hands. He raised the pitch-black sacred sword slightly. The black mist seemed to have found its destination. It flowed in the air and flowed to the black sacred sword. It then wrapped around it. That scene was similar to when Wu Yan used chaotic return to horizon dance. The space couldn't bear the heavy pressure. It started to creak. That's... Seeing this scene, Wu Yan's expression changed. The true name of the noble relic Liberation. Every famous relic that belonged to the heroic spirits in myths, legends, and history had a unique name that belonged to them. Among these famous noble relic, some of them were extremely powerful. Noble relic with amazing effects. Usually, when its owner used it, it would hide its power and use it as a weapon or tool. When the owner of the noble relic said the true name of the noble relic, this noble relic usually hid its power. When it was used as a weapon or tool, it would release its power and effect. It would release its true power. When the user said the true name of the noble relic, the process of releasing its true power was called true name liberation. It was like the spear of piercing death. When it was used normally, it would only be a sharp and tough spear. However, once the user uttered its unique name, the spear of piercing death would be able to unleash the terrifying ability of piercing death, which would first determine the karma, and then the karma, achieving a true one-hit kill. Now, what Saber was about to do was exactly what Kirin was going to do. True name liberation. Saber, sword weapon, was about to unleash the true power of the pitch-black holy sword in his hand. Not good. Rin and Osaka and Luvia's faces were filled with shock. That attack is no joke. Big brother. Wu Yan and Aizen. Even Iria and Mio's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Their pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't look relaxed at all. Their faces were serious. White cherry appeared in Hinajiku's hand, and blue and white electric current jumped around Mikoto's body, proving how much importance they placed on Saber's attack. In the center of the field, Wu Yan stared at the pitch-black sacred sword that was absorbing the black energy into the sword. He felt the pressure in the air. He took a deep breath. Mana formed a flood around his body and exploded like a shockwave. What is he doing? Rin and Osaka and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Is he trying to fight force with force? Everyone knew the answer soon enough. Wu Yan slowly extended his hand toward Saber. Amidst the mana flow, Wu Yan slowly extended his hand toward Saber. All of the mana in his body flowed and gathered in his palm. Then, two dark red magic arrays rippled out and intertwined with each other, forming a connection. Wu Yan is indeed trying to fight force with force. The crisscrossing crimson magic array suddenly broke apart inch by inch, and pitch-black cracks instantly covered the entire magic array. Within the pitch-black crack, a terrifying aura that was on par with the aura emitted from Saber spread out, instantly filling every corner of this space. Saber seemed to have sensed something, and the holy sword in its hand was raised as well. Surging black airflow surged into the sword's body. Finally, the pitch-black sacred sword turned into a pitch-black ray of light. At this moment, The entire mirror world seemed to be divided into two. Two monstrous auras collided with each other and set off a storm. The girls held their breaths. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to move. At a certain moment, Excalibur, Wang! The space trembled, and a pitch-black beam of light cut through the world, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. Boundless and terrifying violent energy flashed from within the pitch-black beam of light. Everywhere it passed, the space emitted a sharp and unusual sound, as if it would collapse at any moment. This caused the hearts of the group of young girls to ring wildly as their scalps went numb. Dragon King's sigh. In the face of such a terrifying ray of light, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. The mana in his body fluctuated. In front of him, on the cracked dark red magic formation, a white ray of light exploded. It was the exact opposite of the pitch-black ray of light. It flashed like a meteor and went straight for Wu Yan. Under the gazes of the girls, the white ray of light and the pitch-black ray of light flashed at the same time. They passed through the constraints of space and collided at the center. Heaven and earth fell silent. Boom! An earth-shattering boom instantly resounded through the entire sky. An extremely terrifying shockwave violently flashed past the point where the pure white light beam and the pitch-black light beam collided, enveloping everything in this area in a short period of time. Under this terrifying storm of impact, everyone's pretty faces turned pale. They were horrified as they built up defenses to block the terrifying storm of impact that was about to hit them. Boom! In front of them, the collision of the white ray of light and the pitch-black ray of light caused an overwhelming wave of fire and a dense flow of mana. They mixed with each other in mid-air and swept in all directions like the waves of the sea. The terrifying wave of fire swept in all directions. Even the girls who had erected a barrier were affected. The barrier in front of them was hit by the shockwave of fire and the shockwave head-on. It broke inch by inch without any suspense. The group of young ladies also felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer on their chests. They let out a muffled groan and their beautiful faces turned even paler. In the sky, the arc mirror that covered the entire sky began to break at this moment. It didn't take long for it to be filled with cracks. The shockwave of fire was like layers of scorching dark clouds. It covered a corner of the mirror realm, including Wu Yan and Saber. The fiery red shockwave rippled repeatedly, reflecting a blazing light that illuminated the shocked and heartbroken faces of the young girls not far away. A moment later, cold sweat flowed down their cheeks. In the face of such a terrifying attack that was almost comparable to a natural disaster, even the many young girls who knew beforehand that this attack would be extraordinary still felt extremely small and weak in their hearts. This kind of power could only be said to be possessed by a legendary hero who transformed into a heroic spirit. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan was able to fight a heroic spirit one-on-one and not be at a disadvantage. There was no need for anyone to explain how strong he was. It was already ingrained in the hearts of all the girls present. Even though they knew that it wasn't right, Rin Enbin and Luvia still couldn't help but have such thoughts. Would he really be able to obtain all the rank cards from such a person? Chapter 1459. After an unknown amount of time, the two auras that had been maintaining the state of collision in mid-air slowly weakened. Along with the weakening of the horrifying aura, the impact of the fire waves that were like clouds in the mirror world began to dissipate as well. Instead, it was replaced by a thick cloud of dust that filled the sky that was still covered by the tattered arc light mirror that was riddled with holes. Then, the white beam collided with the black beam, and the place that was covered by the fiery waves was exposed to the air. The ground that was paved with red bricks had turned into an empty land. It was very flat, and there was not even a slightly bigger rock. It looked extremely desolate. In the middle of the empty land, there were two gigantic gullies. There was also a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters in the middle. Light smoke was coming out of the pit as it floated in the air. At the end of the ravine, Wu Yan and Saber each occupied one side of the ravine, facing each other from afar. However, both of them were in different states. Dressed in a black ceremonial robe, Saber's body was shrouded in black mist. However, the mist had already thinned to an extremely low level. It was completely different from its initial appearance that could be seen with the naked eye. As for Wu Yan, he's clean and tidy, without a trace of being in a sorry state. However, he was kneeling on the ground with one knee, panting slightly. There was a look of exhaustion in his eyes. Looking at this scene, who did not know who had the upper hand in the collision just now? Or rather, It's more surprising that Wu Yan is only a little tired after taking on the attack of Saber's true name Liberation. Yan. Big brother. Wu Yan bro. Apart from Rin Enbin and Luvia, the girls shouted out instinctively, breaking the strange silence around them. They wanted to go up to him immediately. However, Wu Yan was staring at Saber. He shouted without turning his head back. Don't come over. The girls stopped moving. Ha! Contrary to the girls, Saber stomped on the ground and with a low growl, he turned into a black shadow and flashed in front of Wu Yan. He raised the holy sword in his hand and mercilessly slashed at Wu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto's expressions changed. Ilya and Mio's faces turned pale once more. Even Rin, Tozaka and Luvia turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. Only Wu Yan, who was facing a dangerous situation, did not panic in the slightest. He looked at the pitch-black holy sword in his hand and the saber sword weapon that was slashing down at him. He did not move at all. A victorious smile appeared on his face. The girls who clearly saw this scene were startled at first, but they soon noticed it. Above Saber's head, a feather that was emitting a faint glow floated down and fell down gently. That was the second strike of the Dragon King's Lament, Wings of Light. It was an attack formed by the first strike of the Dragon King's Lament. In a situation where Saber was completely unaware of the situation, Saber was completely unaware. The Wings of Light gently landed on her head. Dong! At that moment, everyone seemed to have heard a muffled sound that reverberated in their minds. Then Saber's sword weapon's movements came to an abrupt halt as if she was struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled and with a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The pitch-black holy sword that was raised above her head and was about to slash down also fell down. How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? Such a voice lightly echoed as a hand reached out and grasped the pitch-black holy sword. Well, that's only natural. Holding the pitch-black holy sword with one hand, he pressed it down. With one hand holding the Ganetsu no Shana that appeared out of nowhere, Wu Yan looked straight at Saber's eyes that were covered by the iron armor. His eyes flickered with cold light. After all, it's just a small feather. It has the power to kill a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something being torn apart entered everyone's ears. With a smear of blood, Nyedon Shana pierced through Saber's sword soldier's body and came out from its back, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood. Saber's sword soldier's body became sluggish, and the black mist around his body also fluctuated and dissipated. Along with the mist, Saber's sword weapon, a seemingly thin but actually well-tempered body also dissipated. Like starlight, Saber's sword weapon's body turned into tiny particles of light and dissipated. What replaced her position was a card. The design of the card was a knight holding a slender knight sword in front of his chest and making a knight salute. The words Saber's sword weapon were engraved at the bottom. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan extended his hand and accepted the Saber swordsman rank card. Card, Saber sword weapon. A card made with advanced magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger a hero spirit's power that corresponds to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows. Limited expansion. Using the magic attire as the medium and the card as the pass to the hero spirit seat. The hero spirit's relic that corresponds to the card can be materialized for a short period of time. Note, this card is Saber sword weapon. The hero spirit's relic is Excalibur. Parallel limited expansion. With multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes, multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this card is Saber sword weapon. The hero spirit's relic is Excalibur. Dream summoning. Using the user's body as the medium and the card as the pass to the hero spirit seat. The hero spirit's power that corresponds to the card can be materialized on the user's body, allowing the user to transform into a hero spirit and obtain the power of the hero spirit's corresponding rank. Note, this card is Saber sword weapon. The hero spirit's relic is King Arthur from ancient Britain. Pendragon. Excalibur, the most powerful relic owned by King Arthur in ancient British legend. It is regarded as the most powerful and most honorable sacred sword that symbolizes King Arthur himself. It is an existence that stands at the apex of the category of sacred sword. It is forged by the planet itself, using people's faith as the raw material. It is one of the ultimate god-made armaments that crystallized inside the planet. It can transform the user's magic into light and release an attack that destroys everything like a beam from the front end of the sacred sword when it is swung downwards. It is the ultimate attack that can cut off all the targets that the slash formed by light passes through. Its power is enough to annihilate a solid structure like a city. It is the only confirmed existence that can be called a city-facing relic at the moment. Phew! After confirming the information of the saber, swordsman, class card, Wu Yan relaxed his body and mind. He sat down on the ground and started gasping for air. As expected of the Excalibur, even the Dragon King's Lament almost couldn't defeat it. I had to rely on the second strike of the luminous feather to win. Sure enough, compared to the saber with the same rank and trump card, the pressure is much greater. Yan! Chuju and Mikoto ran over and squatted on either side of Wu Yan. They put their hands on his body. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I'm just a little tired. Let's talk about it later. Chuju hugged Wu Yan and helped him up. She looked like she was treating a patient, causing Wu Yan's bitter smile to deepen. Big brother. Wu Yan, San, Ilya and Mikoto also brought Rindo, Saka and Luvia over. The four of them had different expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were relieved, some were confused, and some were silent. It seemed like they had a lot to say to each other. Wu Yan shook his head. Let's talk about it next time. I just want to go home and sleep. Everyone didn't say anything, they just nodded. Then, the seven of them left the collapsing mirror realm together. Chapter 1460. The battle with the saber had made Wu Yan feel the fatigue that he had not felt in a long time. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the saber had the highest requirement to be a heroic spirit among the 7 classes. A heroic spirit that could become a saber might not be the strongest, but it was definitely one of the most powerful. Moreover, this time, Wu Yan's saber was the legendary King Arthur, Artoria. Pendragon. Based on the heroic spirits level, Artoria was definitely one of the top heroic spirits. Even though it was just a clone, it was already at level 75. Coupled with the Excalibur, which was a powerful relic, it was natural that Wu Yan would feel tired since his level was restricted and he could not summon his familiars. The Excalibur was not only a relic, but it was also an A++ relic. Every heroic spirit had its own ability value. Strength, durability, dexterity, magic, luck, and relic. These 6 ability values were also categorized according to their levels. The heroic spirit's ability values were categorized according to their levels, which were E, D, C, B, A, and EX. These 6 levels clearly indicated the heroic spirit's ability. As for the difference between these 6 levels, if one were to use numbers to make a comparison, the weakest normal ability value would be 1, then E level would be 10. From E level onwards, for every increase in level, one's ability value would increase by 10. In other words, based on this assumption, level E would be 10, level D would be 20, level C would be 30, level B would be 40, and level A would be the highest, which was 50. As for level EX, it did not mean that the ability value was 60. It meant that the ability value did not fit between level E and level A. It was already an exceptional ability value. In other words, level EX meant that it was beyond the range that could be evaluated. It was not comparable to the other 5 levels. As for average, in the ability value, after the E to a level, there would sometimes be a plus. For example, B+, a plus, and so on. It meant that the ability value had the special ability to multiply in an instant. For example, if B's value was 40 and A's value was 50, B would not be able to defeat A. B plus ability value was usually 40, and it was no match for A ability value. However, B plus had the ability to multiply in an instant. It could double one's ability value in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, the B plus grade, which was originally 40, became 80 after being multiplied. It was now able to exceed the A grade of 50. Although it was only an instantaneous multiplication ability, a B plus class indeed possessed the ability to surpass an A class in a very short period of time. As such, there were very few heroic spirits who had abilities that could be doubled, and even fewer who had abilities that could be doubled. Level EX meant that the ability value was exceptional. Level E to A did not match this value. They were so strong that there was no point in comparing them. There was no way to use specific numbers to express their ability value. Level A, which also had the ability of doubling, could also be used in an instant. Through doubling, it could be promoted to a level that was comparable to level EX. Excalibur was such an existence. Last night's saber, sword soldier, was specifically expressed by such an ability value. How should it be expressed? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out. But what was certain was that last night's saber, sword soldier, among the 6 ability values of strength, durability, dexterity, magic, luck, and noble phantasm, at least 2 of them were level A. Excalibur was level A++, which meant that the level of the saber sword soldier as noble phantasm was at least level A++. Coupled with the black magic mist that was enough to defend against powerful magic and magic, it was already a commendable achievement to be able to defeat the saber sword soldier under the same level. Looking at it this way, after defeating Saber, Wu Yan only felt a little tired. If an expert were to find out about this, they would be shocked beyond words. Wu Yan, who was familiar with the original novel, was one such expert. Therefore, when Wu Yan found out that he was able to defeat the saber sword soldier under the same level without summoning his familiar or using ruby mode, he was very satisfied with the result. That night, when he returned home, he slept soundly on his bed. Therefore, Wu Yan forgot about a very important matter. It wasn't until the next morning that he discovered something. Saber, sword soldier. Rider, knight. Assassin, assassin. Sitting at the head of the table, Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the 3 cards in his hand. Where's Lancer, Lancer? Where's Lancer, Lancer? Lancer, Lancer. Chuju and Mikoto, who were chatting about girls while eating their breakfast, paused for a second before looking at him suspiciously. Are you talking about the Lancer, Lancer card? Chuju tilted her head. Didn't you lend it to that black-haired girl? Black-haired girl. Wu Yan repeated her words in confusion before he recalled what she said. Yes, I lent the Lancer to Mei Yu. Didn't she return it to you? Mikoto raised her beautiful eyebrows. That can't be right. That Mei Yu girl looks so cold. She shouldn't be the type to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. You can't blame her, Mikoto. Chuju rolled her eyes. After the battle last night, this guy didn't allow anyone to say anything. He only wanted to go home and sleep, so he rushed back in a hurry. Even he forgot that the Lancer card was in the other party's hands. The other party probably forgot to return the card, right? Also, the Lancer card was also taken from that Luvia girl. Mei Yu seems to be Luvia's little sister, right? Mikoto slapped her thigh. Don't tell me she doesn't want to return it. Didn't you just say that Mei Yu isn't the type to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness? Wu Yan was embarrassed. Now you think she doesn't want to return it? The Lancer card belongs to her. Mikoto retorted. Even if that Mei Yu girl doesn't want to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness, can you guarantee that Luvia won't do the same? Wu Yan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know Miyuki for a long time. In fact, it could be said to be very short. However, he didn't think that Miyuki would burn the bridge after crossing it. That's why he lent her the Lancer gunner class card. Luvia, on the other hand, might not be the same. Since Rin and Osaka accepted Wu Yan's magic crystal so generously, it's not impossible for Luvia to assume that the Lancer card belonged to her in the first place. She didn't want to give it back to Wu Yan, right? Wu Yan shrugged in bewilderment. Oh well, I'm going to visit Rin and Osaka and Luvia anyway. I might as well check if the Lancer card has been taken. Visit Rin and Osaka and Luvia? Chuju and Mikoto's ears twitched. They stopped what they were doing and looked at Wu Yan with a fake smile. Why do you want to visit them? Chuju smiled, but there wasn't a hint of a smile in her eyes. Humph. Mikoto snorted. Her eyes were cold. It's obvious that the 2 arrogant girls were thinking about something else. I just want to know what to do with the remaining berserker. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, we have an agreement. We should see what to do with the last Einherjar, right? Chuju and Mikoto stared at Wu Yan's face intensely. They were trying to figure out something from his expression. Wu Yan indeed had that intention. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He didn't feel guilty at all. All right. In the end, the two girls reluctantly nodded. Remember to come back early. Got it. Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 1461. Is this the area? Walking on a street that's neither too narrow nor too wide, Wu Yan looked at the houses of different sizes and styles. He scratched his face and continued walking forward. Rin and Osaka kept emphasizing that Luvia was a nouveau riche. Even though Wu Yan doesn't know how much property Luvia has, he still remembers the mansion he saw that day when he was in a hurry. In such a normal residential street, such an extravagant mansion is out of place. It couldn't be more conspicuous. Come to think of it, the people who live here should have some impression of it. Wu Yan only came here once under Mei Yu's guidance, but he can still remember it clearly. Thus, after walking along the alleyways of the residential area for a while, the roof of that conspicuous mansion appeared in his field of vision. The cold and vast iron fence also entered his sight. Now that I look at it, it really is a mansion. It's not an exaggeration to call it a mansion, right? Standing in front of the iron fence, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the vast courtyard and mansion. It's comparable to the Spalier World Academy's special student mansion. No wonder Rin kept emphasizing that Luvia was a nouveau riche. After some careful observation, Wu Yan noticed that something isn't quite right with him. This is... Wu Yan reached out and touched the iron fence. He raised his eyebrows. I see, a magic barrier was set up? This is normal. No matter what, he was still the head of a family of magicians. He was also a famous magician. It was understandable that he would set up a magic barrier in his residence. After all, there are some things that ordinary people can't know. However, it's just a barrier that obstructs cognition. A cognitive barrier was set up. In that case, no matter what happened inside the barrier, under normal circumstances, the people outside would not be able to detect it. At the very least, ordinary people won't be able to notice what's happening inside the barrier. They will only see the peaceful mansion in front of them. Other than that, there's no other function. Of course, he can't rule out the possibility that Luvia set up other traps inside the barrier. Wu Yan touched his chin. He couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. Why don't I break the barrier? Barriers that obstruct cognition aren't that advanced. Wu Yan would have to rely on his ability to break them. He can break it with just a flick of his finger. This way, the person who set up the barrier can more or less sense the situation here. If that's the case, it will definitely cause chaos. Well, forget it, I'm not here to fight. In the end, Wu Yan didn't harden his heart and ruthlessly played a trick on Luvia. He reached out his hand. He pushed open the door in front of him. The cognitive barrier doesn't have any defensive effect. Once the door was pushed open, the barrier became useless. The real situation inside the mansion was exposed. Unfortunately, nothing unusual happened inside. The scene inside was exactly the same as what Wu Yan saw from the outside. It's just like an ordinary luxurious mansion. There's nothing strange about it. If one had to point out something that was different from a normal residence, it would be then, there's only one. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong dash. This isn't the sound of the doorbell. It's the sound of the alarm. In the air of the mansion, the sound of the alarm sounded like a bell. It echoed in the air. The sound was light and pleasant to the ears. It suppressed the atmosphere inside the mansion to the lowest point. Alarm. Wu Yan was surprised. He was stunned and then sighed. This is an unexpected situation. That's what he said. Wu Yan had an interested look on his face. He ignored the alarm that sounded like a bell ringing as he entered the mansion. The inside of the mansion is much more luxurious than the outside. Not only is there a hall big enough to play hide and seek, there's also a luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It's obviously expensive. It's not turned off even during the day. It's always on. It emits a soft and peaceful light that illuminates every corner. There was a staircase in front of the hall. Looking up from the staircase, Zhang Tai saw a wooden corridor on the walls of the entire hall. There were doors in those corridors. Zhang Tai guessed that the real residence should be behind those doors. This isn't just an ordinary luxurious mansion. Wu Yan pushed open the door of the hall. Under the protection of the sound of the alarm, he calmly walked into the hall and looked around. Then, what's going to happen next? As soon as he said that, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the corridor above. It leaped down and instantly stood at the entrance of the stairs. It's an old man in a suit. He's at least 60 or 70 years old. Please forgive me for my negligence. The old man pressed one hand on his left chest and bowed. His old eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Wu Yan standing in the center of the hall. An uninvited guest. Indeed, I came uninvited. Wu Yan sized up the old man and he shrugged. But I'm an old acquaintance of the owner of this mansion. I have no choice but to visit, right? That's really rude, the old man said in a completely formal tone. But, as far as I know, my mistress doesn't seem to know a man of the opposite sex like this guest. If possible, can you let me get to know you first? Get to know me. Wu Yan tilted his body and he said with a smile that isn't a smile. How? First of all, the old man who was bowing suddenly tensed up. Like a spring, he shot towards Wu Yan and landed in front of him. First, let me know if you are dangerous or not. The old man didn't look like a 60 or 70-year-old man at all. With a side kick, he kicked towards Wu Yan's head with a strong gust of wind. Stop, Ogiest. At this time, a familiar voice came from above. The old man named Ogiest stopped his foot that was about to reach Wu Yan's head. It stopped above Wu Yan's shoulder, less than 5 centimeters away from his cheek. Wu Yan's hair fluttered in the wind due to the kick, but Wu Yan maintained a carefree attitude from start to finish. He didn't even look at the old man named Ogiest. Smoothing out his messy bangs, he raised his head and looked up. He saw Wuxia, who was wearing an ordinary home dress, walking down the stairs step by step. She looked dignified as she stared at Wu Yan. There seemed to be some haze between her eyebrows. Back down, Ogiest. She stopped in the middle of the stairs and said in a low voice. You're no match for him. Yes, mistress. Ogiest didn't hesitate and stepped back to the left side of the stairs. He straightened his posture like a loyal servant. Full of spirit. Wu Yan said with a smile. I can guarantee that you can live for another 20 or 30 years. It's not a problem. Thank you for the compliment. Ogiest replied expressionlessly. Then, Wuxia looked down at Wu Yan and narrowed her eyes. You should tell me your purpose for barging in, right? Purpose. Wu Yan blinked and smiled. That's what I'm asking. But you already knew that I only have one purpose for coming here, right? What's so strange about that? Wuxia let out a cold laugh. I've only interacted with you for one reason, right? That's true. That's true. Wu Yan spread his hands. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. Although I'm here for the class card, I'm not here to snatch it or steal it. I'm also not here to look for you. Not here to look for me. Wuxia was slightly taken aback and frowned. What do you mean? The famous magician family, the Edfeld family, always talks with their guests in the hall? And they do it in a condescending manner? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and curled his lips. Sorry, my neck and legs don't have much stamina. They get tired after a while. What a troublesome guest. Wuxia rubbed her forehead. Ogiest, welcome the guest. Chapter 1462. In a guest room, Wu Yan stood at the door and looked at the scene in the room. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wu Yan. In the room, Mei Yu looked at Wu Yan who suddenly appeared. Her small face was full of shock and immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. For Mei Yu, who was calm and indifferent, and looked at everything very calmly, this was a behavior that would never be seen on a normal day. However, seeing Mei Yu's behavior, whether it was Wu Yan or someone else present, they wouldn't find it strange. For a normal person, if she didn't blush at this time, there would be a real problem. This was because the clothes Mei Yu was wearing right now weren't her usual casual clothes, nor was it the uniform of the Suichuan primary school. In fact, it wasn't even the outfit of a magical girl. Instead, It was an outfit that was extremely surprising to others. It was a black pleated dress. The skirt was ankle-length and was quite fluffy, like a princess's dress. However, the style was more ordinary than a princess's dress. It was an ordinary style, but it was covered with a white apron-like coat with a white lace on the outside and a white lace headdress on the head. Maid uniform. It was a very standard maid uniform without any decoration or style. It was a very typical maid uniform. At this time, Mei Yu was wearing such a maid uniform, and she was holding a tray in front of her chest. She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who suddenly walked in under Ojiast's hospitality. Her small delicate face was covered with red. Shy. Of course she was, right? Ashamed? A little. What was certain was that Mei Yu wanted to find a hole to hide in or immediately escape from the scene. Woo woo. The tray in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Mei Yu covered her face with her hands in shame, as if she was ashamed to see anyone. She almost lost all her strength and fell to the ground. Calm down, Mei Yu. Seeing this, Wu Yan hurriedly said, It's okay, I won't think that your hobby is strange because of this. I will pretend that I didn't see anything. After that, Wu Yan even turned around, intending to leave the scene directly, indicating that he didn't know anything. Instead, Mei Yu panicked and ran to Wu Yan's side. She tugged at his clothes. No. Brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu was so anxious that she was about to cry. This is not my hobby. Absolutely not. It's fine, Miyuki. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head as he yelled back. I don't know anything. I'll forget everything later. You don't have to explain. You misunderstood. Mei Yu used both hands to grab onto Wu Yan. She wouldn't let go no matter what. She screamed in anger and embarrassment. It's really not my hobby. Luvia forced me to wear it. Luvia? Wu Yan, who was about to break free from Mei Yu's hand and rush out of the scene, stopped in his tracks and looked at Luvia in disdain. So you have a hobby of making your sister wear maid's clothes. What are you talking about? Who knew that Luvia would speak with a matter-of-fact expression? Since Mei Yu agreed to serve me, she naturally has to wear maid's clothes. Don't maids who serve others in Japan wear maid's clothes? Mei Yu agreed to serve you? Wu Yan looked at Luvia suspiciously. Then he remembered. Mei Yu wasn't Luvia's biological sister. She was more like an adopted sister. To be precise, she was adopted. Before she met Sapphire and became a magical girl, Mei Yu and Luvia had no interactions. After she met Sapphire, she helped Luvia retrieve cards and took care of Luvia's daily life. She became Luvia's sister. In other words, Mei Yu was really serving Luvia. Wearing maid's clothes, although it was a little ridiculous, it wasn't incomprehensible. As for meeting Sapphire, before Mei Yu became a magical girl, even Wu Yan didn't know where she came from and what kind of identity she had. After all, the original story of Magical Girl Ilya that Wu Yan knew wasn't complete until he first transmigrated to the Spalier world. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't know where Mei Yu's identity would be revealed. He only knew some of the more important plots. Thus, it wasn't until Luvia brought up some scattered pieces of information that Wu Yan finally recalled some things about Mei Yu. However, since she's a nouveau riche, why don't she just spend some money to hire a maid? Wu Yan glanced at Luvia. Is there a need to let a child take care of her daily life? Brother Wu Yan, I'm willing to do this. Mei Yu, who was still grabbing onto Wu Yan's clothes, shook her head gently. Luvia took me in since I don't have a place to stay. That's why I'm willing to take care of Luvia's daily life. Don't have a place to stay? Wu Yan squatted down and looked into Mei Yu's eyes. His wine-red pupils were as deep as a red wine that had been brewed for thousands of years. It gave Mei Yu a feeling that everything about her was seen through. At once, she turned her head away unnaturally. I think it's better if you don't get too involved in other people's lives. Luvia, who was sitting on the sofa and enjoying her black tea, suddenly said, No matter who it is, everyone has their own territory that they can't let others intrude into. It's a small matter if you break into other people's home, but if you try to break into other people's hearts, then as Mei Yu's sister, I won't just stand by and watch. Is that so? Hearing Luvia's serious words, Wu Yan pursed his lips. Indeed, everyone has an unspeakable past, but I personally think that no matter how unsightly the past is, without it, you won't be who you are now. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Mei Yu, who had her head lowered and looked a little depressed. He seemed to be talking to himself. A person can choose to hide their past, can choose to forget their past, can even choose to curse their past. However, they can't choose to run away from their past. If they do, it will only make the person who has the present more painful. Hearing this, Wuxia opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She fell silent. Mei Yu's small hands tightly grabbed the hem of her apron. Her shockingly slender shoulders trembled a few times. After a long time, she raised her head. "Brother Wu Yan." A pair of clear orange eyes filled with pleading imprinted into Wu Yan's vision. Mei Yu squeezed out this sentence. "If it was you, if your past was forced upon you by someone else, even your life was forced upon you by someone else, then what would you do?" "Mei Yu. Mei Yu." Wuxia put down the cup of black tea in her hand and looked at Mei Yu in a daze. This was the first time Wuxia had a chance to face Mei Yu's past. In the past, Wuxia had asked Mei Yu to tell her about her past, but every time, Mei Yu would only remain silent. Now, Mei Yu actually revealed a bit of her past in front of this man. This surprised Wuxia, but at the same time, she also listened attentively. "Forced upon your past and life?" Wu Yan was startled at first, but then he laughed and gave such an answer. Whose life wasn't forced upon by someone else? Mei Yu was stunned. Wuxia was also stunned. No one can choose their own parents, the family they were born into, and the way they look in the future. This is what we call fate. Looking at Mei Yu, who is staring at him in a daze, Wu Yan reached out and patted her head. However, in this world, some people's fates can't be controlled by themselves, and some can be controlled by themselves. No matter if it's life or the past, even if you deny it, it will still happen. Perhaps this is the fate that can't be controlled. But we can't let the fates we control slip away. We can't let them become the past. We can't control them. Wu Yan revealed a fearless smile. People's present and future are the so-called destinies that can be controlled. In front of these undetermined factors, how to make them become factors that can be controlled and make them move according to one's will is what we have to do. At that time, even if life is forced upon you, you can live meaningfully. Even if the past is painful, it can become a simple memory. "I just want to ask Mei Yu." Wu Yan looked straight into Mei Yu's eyes. "Do you want to control your own fate?" Chapter 1463. Control. My own fate. Mei Yu's orange pupils rippled, and she couldn't hide her wavering at all. At the same time, even her expression became timid. Can I? Are you that unconfident in your own future?" Wu Yan said softly. "Aren't you a magical girl now? You can fight on your own, you can decide to recycle your cards and become the Mei Yu now? Did you see Eider felt?" Mei Yu's heart tightened. The ripples in her eyes grew bigger. That's right. Becoming a magical girl, helping Wuxia recycle her cards, fighting the Einherjars, wasn't that her own decision? Then, deciding her own future? Breaking free from her past and becoming a real Mei Yu? Eider felt shouldn't be a problem, right? Brother Wu Yan. At this moment, Mei Yu's eyes and face carried a bit of hesitation and a bit of hope. Can I really do that? Don't overthink it. The hand that was rubbing Mei Yu's head slowly moved down to her cheeks. Wu Yan started caressing her delicate skin. You're no longer alone. You have someone you can rely on. Rely on? Mio met Wu Yan's gaze. Looking at Wu Yan's mesmerizing smile, she blurted out without any hesitation. Does that include Wu Yan? Wu Yan didn't expect this and he helplessly laughed. If you don't mind having me as your enemy. Mei Yu closed her eyes and she nodded with a faint smile. She leaned her face against Wu Yan's hand like she's snuggling up to him. Ahem. Wuxia coughed dryly and spoke with a sour tone. Mei Yu, you can rely on me too. Shouldn't you take a look at my side too? Mei Yu seemed to wake up. She moved away from Wu Yan's hand with a red face. Wu Yan was amused. Bang! All of a sudden, the door of the hall was opened with a loud noise. Wuxia. Outside the door, Rin and Osaka charged in at a ferocious speed, not even bothering to look. I heard that man attacked you, is that true? While saying that, Rin Enbin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping as he charged towards Luvia like a hot knife through butter. Unfortunately, Rin Enosaka was destined to never reach Luvia. Because Wu Yen was crouching on the ground. He was in the direction Rin Enosaka was rushing towards. Bang! Wu Yen didn't even have time to react before he turned around due to the loud noise. Then, a soft object slammed into his body. PFFF. Wu Yen almost choked on his own breath. His body was entangled with the soft object, and he became a rolling gourd. With a roll, he smashed into the wall at the side, and his head hit the wall. Ouch! Wu Yen couldn't help but feel dizzy. It was as if he saw countless stars. He reached out his hand dizzily. Not for anything else but because that soft object just happened to press down on his body. Wu Yen just wanted to push it away. But when he reached out, an even softer object fell into Wu Yan's hand. Ah! Then such a cry of surprise rang out. Wu Yen sensed something amiss and he subconsciously clenched his fists. He rubbed the soft object. Woo! After the scream, the sound this time was an extremely charming moan. Wu Yen was very familiar with this sound. He knew when it would sound. He froze on the spot and thought of a possibility. Could it be? With a stiff expression, Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes. He fearfully took in the scene in front of him. Then Wu Yen saw. He saw a pair of slender and tender thighs wrapped in black high-rise pantyhose appear in front of him in a bifurcated manner, which was 10 centimeters away from him. Since her thighs are in front of Wu Yan's eyes, naturally, the delicate buttocks that are also wrapped in black high leggings are also in front of his face. Wu Yan's hand just happened to pinch one of the seductive buttocks in front of him. Wu Yan even saw the looming loveliness hidden in the black high leggings. Wu Yan was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth as if in a dream. Black lace. Who allowed you to say that? An extremely embarrassed and furious scream rang out in the hall. The soft object lying on Wu Yan's body lost its weight and left Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan didn't react until now. He raised his head and looked at the hall. Several people stood there with different expressions on their faces. Mei Yu's cheeks were flushed. She covered her mouth with one hand and her eyes were full of shock. Luvia sighed and covered her head with one hand. She looked like she had a headache. As for Rindosaka, her face is as red as a tomato. She covered her butt with her hands as she glared at Wu Yen who is lying on the ground. It's as if she has a grudge against him and she wants to tear him apart. At this point, if Wu Yen still can't figure out who that pair of thighs and buttocks wrapped in black thighs belongs to, he would have lived his life in vain. You. Rin's body trembled as she lowered her head. Her hair, which was tied into 2 ponytails, wriggled like the tentacles of an octopus. Last time, you already touched my breasts. This time, you even touched my butt. Wu Yen looked at Rin Enbin, who seemed to be surrounded by black mist. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. Quite soft. This sentence successfully ignited all the emotions in Rin Enosaka's heart. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. With a chilling laugh, the black smoke rising from Rin Enbin's body became even denser, like an evil spirit, incomparably sinister. Mei Yu had already retreated to the wall with a frightened expression. Even Luvia was afraid of Rin Enbin for the first time in her life. She looked at Rin Enbin with a frightened expression. Her mouth opened and closed, but she didn't dare to say a word. Wu Yen, who is still sitting on the ground, forced a laugh when he saw this scene with his forehead full of sweat. Rin. Miss Rin, calm down. Look at the black mist on your body. It's almost as strong as the saber from last night. It's not good for your body. Not good for my body. Rin Enbin sneered. His green eyes started to turn misty. Since you've already ruined my body, I might as well destroy it. Ruined. Wu Yen was speechless. Is it that serious? Stop. It's useless to say anything more. Rin Enbin yelled with tears in his eyes. Today, I will take you down with me. A few gems appeared in Rin Enbin's hand. A magic? Luvia and Mio cried out in surprise. Calm down. Miss Rin. Wu Yen shouted. Don't use magic here. You'll die. Didn't I tell you? Rin Enbin shouted. What's the point of saying so much? Rin Enbin raised the gems in her hand and stepped forward. She wanted to use her most prized gem magic to blast Wu Yen to smithereens. Today, however, was destined to be an unlucky day for Rin. Rin Enosaka's subconscious step landed on Mei Yu's tray that had fallen to the ground. Therefore, before Rin Enbin could take out the gemstone, her feet slipped. Ah! Rin Enbin let out a cry of surprise as he leaped into the air and charged forward. Who else could it be but Wu Yen, who is sitting on the ground in front of Ryu Enbin? Under the dumbfounded gazes of Luvia and Mio, Rin Tosaka pounced on Wu Yen. His head shot forward and with impeccable accuracy, his lips landed on Wu Yan's bloody maw. Wu Yen and Rin Enbin widened their eyes in disbelief when they felt her soft touch on them. Time seemed to have stopped at this very moment. After a long time, a mournful wail resounded through the sky from the mansion. Chapter 1464. Sob sob. Sob 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 sob. Rin Enbin sat on the sofa with his hands covering his face. He lowered his head and sobbing sounds came from between his fingers, echoing in the living room. Sigh. At the side, Luvia faintly sighed. Her face was filled with annoyance. Seriously, when are you going to stop crying? Sob 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 sob. Normally, if Luvia spoke like this, Rin Tosaka would have already rebutted her. But today, Rin Tosaka didn't pick a fight with Luvia. She even revealed a weak side that Luvia had never seen before. She was like a pitiful girl who had been bullied as she covered her face and cried. Sigh. Luvia didn't want to pick a fight with Rin anymore. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen with resentment. Aren't you going to think of a way to solve the mess you created? What? What do you mean by I created the mess? Wu Yen cried out in agony. No matter how you look at it, it's an act of force. I'm a victim too, aren't I? Wu Yen and Aizen. Mei Yu picked up the tray and said expressionlessly. This is an act of evasion. Wu Yen was speechless. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Then tell me, what should I do? If you're a man, then of course you have to take responsibility for me. Luvia's eyes rolled as she suddenly suggested. How about I give you Rin Tosaka and you use your rank card to exchange for her? Then you can do whatever you want with her. How about that? Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a foot kicked Luvia's face, sending her flying. She landed on the ground not far away. I knew you'd say something like that. Rin Hosaka, whose face was devoid of tears, pointed at Luvia and shouted angrily. Since you want the rank card so badly, then use yourself to exchange for it. After all, men like you who are full of fat, don't they? You actually dared to kick my face. Lying on the ground, Luvia grabbed onto the carpet and clawed a few holes in it. Immediately after, she leaped up. One side of her swollen face was filled with hatred. I'm full of fat. At least I'm more attractive than a skinny monkey like you, who doesn't have a single piece of meat on your body. Ha! Everyone in Fuyuki City knows I'm more attractive than you, right? You're just a nouveau riche. Attractive? I almost froze because of this lame joke. Not only did he touch my breasts, but he also touched my butt. I had already offered up the most important parts of my body. Even my first kiss had been taken away by him. In the end, he didn't want to take responsibility after taking advantage of me. You call that attractive? Wah! Rin Tosaka's face turned red. He turned around and glared at Wu Yen. He grabbed Wu Yan's collar. How dare you not take responsibility? Wrong. Wu Yen broke out in cold sweat and tears streamed down his cheeks. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Oh, hi. Luvia immediately covered her mouth with one hand and let out a three-pot queen's laughter. Did you hear that? I don't want to take responsibility for you. You. Rin Tosaka's veins popped out on his forehead. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. You really don't want to take responsibility for me? That's why I said you were focusing on the wrong thing. Shouldn't you be complaining about that? Wu Yen was sweating profusely. Besides, if you want me to take responsibility, how should I take responsibility? Do you even need to ask? It wasn't Rin Tozaka who said that. It was Luvia. Of course it's to marry this monkey that no one wants. Marry. Mayo's pretty face was flushed red, and her eyes were wide open. Marry her. Wu Yan and Rin Tozaka were stunned. They looked at each other and glared at each other. Then, one of them put on a fake smile while the other blushed and hurriedly let go of the collar in her hand and retreated. Marry. To everyone's surprise, Rin Tozaka's pretty face turned red as she bit her finger shyly. Isn't that a little too fast? How can it be fast? Luvia spoke as if she was trying to comfort him. However, but the next sentence was all that was needed. As long as your future husband gives me his rank card, I'll take care of everything for your wedding. The documents will be ready within an hour. I guarantee that you'll be able to hold a grand wedding tomorrow. If that's the case, I'm not far from death. Wu Yan had already sweated out all the sweat he had accumulated throughout the year. He shook his head with lingering fear. Hinajuku and Mikoto will chop me up raw before electrocuting me into charcoal. In any case, leave this matter to me, Luvia said in an unquestionable tone as she puffed up her ample bosom. I will definitely take care of everything for you. This damn nouveau riche. Looking at Luvia's arrogant smile, Rin Hasaka clenched his fists and wanted to punch her swollen face again. My life is decided just like that? Wu Yan didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. Even my name was found out from Mei Yu. Isn't it good? Mei Yu said coldly. Sister Ling is also quite charming, isn't she? Is that so? Wu Yan turned his head away angrily. Compared to that, I'm more interested in why you look so fierce, Mei Yu. It's nothing. Mei Yu turned her head away as well. She seemed to have remembered something and took out a card. Speaking of rank cards, I haven't returned this to you yet, Wu Yan. Lancer's rank card? Wu Yan looked at the picture of a nobleman and the words Lancer in Mei Yu's hand. He finally remembered why he came here. I'm here for the Lancer. As if he found an excuse, Wu Yan wanted to change the topic. He took the Lancer's rank card and took out the other 3 cards. The card with the picture of a soldier riding a chariot. The card with the picture of an assassin with a dagger and a skull mask. The card with the picture of a knight in heavy armor holding a knight's sword and performing a knight's salute. Saber. Lancer. Rider. Assassin. Wu Yan pointed the cards at Rin and Luvia. Rin Enbin and Luvia also stopped their quarrel and silently took out a card from each of their bodies. Archer with a bow and arrow. Sage with a staff and a black robe. Archer. Rin and Osaka said the rank card in his hand. Caster. Luvia did the same. The 3 of them took out the cards in their hands and looked at each other. There's one more card. Wu Yan smirked. Berserker. I see. Rin and Osaka put away the Archer rank card. You're here for the Berserker, aren't you? We agreed to split the loot after all. Wu Yan shrugged. Now, there's only one Berserker left. What should I do? Rin and Luvia were silent as they looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan, Mei Yu came to Wu Yan's side and looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really going to fight us because of a rank card? Didn't I tell you not to think too much? Wu Yan rubbed Mei Yu's head and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, even if things go that way, it won't be something you don't want to see. Mei Yu nodded, but the expression on her face was still not relieved. Since there's only one card left, we can only rely on our own abilities. Rin and Osaka said helplessly and unwillingly. The last Berserker, whoever defeats him will get the card. Hey! Luvia seemed like she wanted to object, but Rin Enbin stopped her with a single sentence. What else can we do? Give up the rank card? Or ask them to give up the rank card? Luvia said to Wu Yan. Let's do that then. Wu Yan smiled. Tonight at midnight. See you there. Chapter 1465. Fuyuki City. On the streets, the number of pedestrians gradually began to decrease, and the number of vehicles coming and going also decreased sharply during this period of time. The street lamps flickered one after another, releasing soft light, illuminating the dark streets. The windows of every house also flashed with light, making the night scene of Fuyuki City look like stars dotting the earth. In Fuyuki City, Wu Yan is kneeling on one knee in the main hall of one of the most prominent houses in the city. His finger is burning with a golden magic flame. He is stroking his finger on the ground in a rhythmic pattern. He looked very serious. Beside Wu Yan, Chuju and Makoto were holding their breaths and standing on both sides of him. Their dazzling eyes were staring straight at the ground. Although they didn't dare to breathe, they tried to control their movements as much as possible so that they wouldn't disturb Wu Yan. As Wu Yan's finger continued to slide, golden lines containing traces of magical fluctuations were drawn on the ground of the hall, forming a precise pattern. Taking a closer look, it was impressively an extremely complicated magic circle. Even among all the magic circles, it was the most complicated type of magic circle. To be precise, it should be called a large-scale ritual magic circle. However, this so-called ritual magic circle was only a magic circle, and everything needed for the ritual was not in place. In other words, no matter what kind of magic circle Wu Yan wanted to use this magic circle to cast, without some of the items and layout required for the ritual, the magic circle would only be half-baked, and it wouldn't be able to display its true power. Time gradually passed, and the atmosphere in the hall was always silent. Wu Yan had put all his attention on the magic circle in front of him, and he didn't even have time to care about the sweat on his face from time to time. This showed how focused he was. Every time the sweat fell, Chuju would silently take out a handkerchief and help Wu Yan wipe the sweat on his face, so that he could concentrate on completing the complicated magic circle in front of him. As for Mikoto, although she wanted to help, but to be honest, she didn't. Given her personality, she would only make things worse when it came to such meticulous work. So Mikoto could only stand aside and stare. The only thing she could do was to try her best not to disturb Wu Yan. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the hall, a strange fluctuation began to take effect in the air. Those were the ripples of magic power emanating from the magic array. Along with this phenomenon, the golden magic array on the ground became increasingly precise and complex. As a result, the speed at which Wu Yan's finger was drawing the magic array slowed down. But it didn't matter. This was because the magic array had already taken shape. When Wu Yan's finger finished the final stroke of the painting, the intricate golden magic array on the ground suddenly released a dense mana radiance, illuminating the entire space. This phenomenon didn't last for a long time. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the dense light of mana fluctuated and suddenly dissipated. As for the intricate magic array drawn on the ground, it was moving at an extremely slow speed like a roulette. As it spun, it began to spin. Phew! Only now did Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Chuju took a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat off Wu Yan's face. You've worked hard. Thanks. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently shook Hinajuku's hand that's wiping away his sweat with a handkerchief. This caused Hinajuku to blush. Is it over? Mikoto also stepped forward and came to Wu Yan's side. Her brown eyes stared at the rotating magic array on the ground and praised. It seems very powerful. It's just a dabbler. Without the ritual, even if the magic array is successfully activated, it can only rely on my own mana to maintain its effect. Once the mana is exhausted, the magic array will disintegrate. But one night is enough. Wu Yan reached out and held Mikoto's hand. All right, you two, enter the magic array. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan. They wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. They lowered their heads and walked into the magic array and stood in the center. Wang! In an instant, the faintly rotating golden magic array on the ground trembled, and its rotation speed abruptly increased by a notch. Immediately, rays of golden light shot out from the magic array and wrapped around Chuju and Mikoto's body. The golden light spun and danced around Chuju and Mikoto's body. It was as if there was a hand controlling them. They moved back and forth on the two girls as if they were weaving clothes. The scene was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Wu Yan closed his eyes and knelt on one knee again. He pressed one hand on the edge of the magic array and channeled mana into it to support the operation of the magic array and the formation of the magic array. Within the golden arc of light, Hinajuku and Mikoto's bodies were also slowly surrounded by golden light. As they circled around, they condensed into a shape. The shape of a costume. It was a white kimono with sleeves that reached the fingers. It was so wide that it could easily fit 4 to 5 hands. It was so wide that the hem hung down. Her lower body was a bright red long skirt that covered her ankles. When paired with the white kimono on her upper body, it was surprisingly harmonious. The front of the upper half was tied in a knot, which was unusually fluffy. When the whole combination was put together, people who saw it unconsciously felt a sense of relief. In place of their original clothes, the clothes that covered Hinajuku and Mikoto were none other than a Mikoto outfit. Of course, it's not an ordinary one. It's the ultimate defense formation formed in the form of a Miko costume. Moving church. Tonight, Wu Yan's group, along with Rin Enbin and Luvia's group, will head to the location of the last rank card to retrieve it. On the surface, Wu Yan and Rin Enbin made an agreement that whoever defeats a berserker will get the last rank card. However, as for whether or not he can defeat a berserker, Wu Yan didn't dare to boast. Unlike Rin Enbin's group, Wu Yan was very clear about the situation. What kind of person is my opponent tonight? In terms of strength, a berserker is definitely not weaker than a saber from last night. If it wasn't for the saber's Excalibur, she probably wouldn't be a match for the berserker. Furthermore, the most troublesome part was not the berserker's strength but the noble phantasm that the berserker possessed. The 12 Trials. It wasn't a weapon, nor was it a defensive tool with an external appearance. Instead, the wielder himself was this precious artifact known as the 12 Trials. It's a noble phantasm that represents immortality. A terrifying noble phantasm. There were 3 effects of the 12 Trials. 1. Turn one's body into the most tenacious armor. It could nullify most of the powerful ordinary attacks. No matter if it was a physical attack, magic attack, or even damage from a relic, if it was not strong enough, it would not be able to hurt the user of the 12 Trials. 2nd. Allows the user to regenerate after death. Not only once, it can be regenerated 11 times. Including the user's life, if the user isn't killed 12 times, it won't be completely destroyed. If the user has a strong magical power, it can even recover the number of times it's regenerated. 3rd, no matter how powerful the method is, once the killed user revives, the method will be nullified. If the method is used again, even the most basic damage will not be dealt to the user. What a noble phantasm. In a situation like this where their levels are restricted, Wu Yan has to think of a way to protect the girl. The mobile church with the title of Ultimate Defense Barrier was no doubt the most suitable choice. But why is it a Miko costume? Chuju and Mikoto were confused. Chapter 1466. This is a high-end building in Fuyuki City. If one could come to the rooftop of this building, then no matter who it was, as long as they had good eyesight, they would be able to see more than half of the scenery of Fuyuki City. They would feel that they would be closer to the sky. The windows made of glass reflected the moonlight from the full moon in the night sky, like pearls flashing with a luster that made people's eyes unconsciously brighten. It was as if the windows themselves could emit light, bringing a faint light that was neither warm nor cold. The entire building is shrouded in a layer of blue light. It's very illusory. On the rooftop of this building, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, Miyu, and the others who had changed into magical girl outfits stood in the center. They formed a circle under the night breeze and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. In addition to waiting for midnight, they were also waiting for the arrival of another group of people. So slow. Rin Tozaka glanced at the watch on his wrist. He lifted his chin and looked at the entrance of the rooftop. There are still 5 minutes left. Why aren't they here yet? What's wrong? Luvia looked at Rin and Osaka with a faint smile. Do you care about that man named Wu Yan? Huh! Rin and Osaka exclaimed in shock before he sighed. If there's something wrong with your head, I suggest you go see a doctor. Don't go crazy. You'll drag us down. Luvia raised an eyebrow. The smile on her face turned into a fake one. As expected of a sharp-tongued monkey. He already... You. Rin Enbin tilted his head. His smile turned sinister. Do you want to die? Era. Luvia spread out her hands helplessly. Don't be like this. If I die, who will help you guys with your wedding? The 2 girls stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seriously? Ruby in Iria's hand said in disdain. They're still so stubborn. There's only one last card left and they're still provoking each other before the war. I was right to leave them back then. Their teamwork is quite good. Sapphire, who was in Mei Yu's hand, spoke up. Sister, there's only one card left. Stop mocking Lord Ling and Lord Luvia. That's true. Sister Ling and Sister Luvia are still very reliable at critical moments. Ilya blinked her big watery eyes and voiced her doubts. But what's with the wedding? Wedding? Mei Yu seemed to be a little puzzled. With brother Wu Yan. What's wrong? Nothing. After a short conversation, everyone seemed to have relaxed a lot. Although none of them said anything, they knew that this was the last enemy they were about to face. More or less, he would still feel uneasy. Perhaps they were trying to dispel the uneasiness before the battle by having such a conversation? 3 more minutes. This time, it was Luvia's turn to complain. No matter what, it's indeed too late. Well, isn't there a saying? Ruby waved her limbs in a mocking manner. The good show is always at the end. That means, compared to them, we're just the appetizers, right? Rin Enbin's face was filled with displeasure. Although I know what's going on, it's still annoying. Once the time is up, let's go in ourselves. Luvia closed the pocket watch in her hand. There's no reason for us to wait for people who are late, let alone our competitors. We don't mean to be late. As though in response to Luvia's words, such a voice resounded across the rooftop of the skyscraper without any warning, entering the ears of the group of young ladies. A gentle breeze blew from afar as if it was caressing everyone present. It whistled past every corner. Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mei Yu couldn't help but close their eyes. When the breeze stopped and the young ladies opened their eyes, there were already 3 more people at the scene. Excuse me. As usual, Wu Yan was wearing a black shirt and pants with a black jacket. He brought along Chuju and Makoto, who were wearing a witch outfit. He had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Rin Enbin and the others. I'm slightly delayed by something, but I'm not late, right? It's also rude to make a lady wait. Luvia crossed her arms. If it's possible, I hope you can come earlier. My apologies. Wu Yan smiled without any sincerity. There won't be a next time anyway after tonight. Big brother. Wu Yan and I sent. Ilya and Mei Yu greeted Wu Yan. However, his gaze was fixed on Chuju and Makoto. His gaze turned strange when he saw their witch outfits. Why are you wearing a witch outfit? Rin Enbin's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's your hobby? Who would have that kind of hobby? Mikoto clenched her fists as she glared at Wu Yan with an annoyed look. I also want to know why you're wearing a witch outfit. It's quite convenient in battle. You won't have to restrain yourself. Chuju looked like she didn't know what to say. But there should be a lot of convenient outfits, right? Well. Wu Yan turned his head away awkwardly. Unknowingly. Whether it's a hobby or for convenience in battle, let's end the conversation here. Luvia opened her pocket watch again. There's 1 minute left. Hearing this, everyone began to concentrate, and their expressions turned serious. There's something I have to say first. Wu Yan spoke. The enemy we're about to face is very strong, very strong. Everyone was stunned and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. The enemy is very strong? Everyone should have been mentally prepared for this, right? Is there a need to emphasize it? I know you guys have a lot of questions, but I'm going to say this first. Wu Yan said this with an unbelievably calm demeanor. Once you realize that you're not strong enough, retreat immediately. That's not a piece of advice. Wu Yan swept his sharp gaze over everyone present. This is a warning. Wu Yan didn't say anything else after that. He didn't give them any time to react. He counted down the minutes and seconds in his mind and he started channeling his mana into the mirror world. Wu Yan's strange words made Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio confused. However, they knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Ruby! Sapphire! Ilya and Mio ordered at the same time. Connect! Then on the rooftop of the building, a dazzling rainbow light illuminated the dark night. The mirror world was a strange reflection world created by the distortion of the mana of the heroic spirits materialized by the class cards. Therefore, every time a materialized heroic spirit was defeated, the distortion of the mirror world would decrease and the area of the mirror world would decrease as well. Now, except for the last class card, the other 6 class cards had been defeated. The mirror world was only left with a pitifully small area. It was no longer as vast as the entire Fuyuki city. Because of this, the mirror realm, where the last grade card resided, was only left with an area equivalent to the size of this building. The sky was still covered by the reflection mirror. It rippled like the surface of a lake and gave off an illusory feeling. The interior of the building was dark, and the edges of the building were occupied by crystal-like substances. Entering this place was like entering a crystal mine. At least it looked pretty good. In the dazzling rainbow light, a group of people appeared on the rooftop of the building in the mirror world. As soon as they appeared, Wu Yan, who stood in front of everyone, felt like his heart was being squeezed by a hand. His pupils shrunk and he shouted, "Spread out!" Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the ground they were standing on shook violently and burst open. At the same time, a huge shadow rushed into the sky. Chapter 1467. Bam! In the center of the rooftop of the building, the ground under the feet of the group of people who entered the mirror realm suddenly exploded without warning. A violent impact exploded, bringing along with it a loud bang and flying gravel that hit the group mercilessly. Ah! Amidst the screams, the gravel that had lethality comparable to bullets hit the group of people one after another. With a strong impact, the 7 people, 1 man and 6 women, who were originally standing together, were sent flying and landed in all directions of the rooftop. Convert all magic power into physical defense. Physical defense on. Ilya and Mei Yu were also sent flying by the frenzied impact and gravel, crashing onto the ground. The 2 of them turned pale and felt dizzy. Fortunately, Ruby and Sapphire had activated the physical defense function in the first place, allowing Ilya and Mei Yu to only receive a layer of impact. The damage caused by the gravel and the impact was completely blocked. Chuju and Mikoto were also in the same situation. Caught off guard, both of them were hit by the impact and gravel brought by the explosion of the ground. Their figures were sent flying backward in an extremely embarrassing manner. However, they managed to adjust their bodies in midair in time and landed on the ground instead of crashing directly like Ilya and Mei Yu. The mobile church on the 2 girls emitted a strange wave that outsiders could not capture, perfectly blocking the impact and the impact of the gravel. Even so, Chuju and Mikoto's pretty faces still looked a little pale. The only one who was not hit by the impact and the gravel was Wu Yan, who reacted in time and reminded everyone to teleport to the edge of the rooftop to avoid the attack. In his arms, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were still in shock. Unlike Chuju, Mikoto, Ilya, and Mei Yu, who had the magic attire and mobile church to defend, these 2 were real mortals. If Wu Yan had not hugged them in time and moved them away, the 2 of them would have suffered quite a lot of damage. The 7 of them looked at the center of the rooftop at the same time, where a hole had been blasted open. Their expressions were equally ugly. In the hollow, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed and soared into the sky. It leaped into the sky, and with a heave, it landed heavily on the ground. Boom! With a muffled sound, dust flew in all directions, covering the huge black figure. However, everyone could still see it clearly. In the smoke and dust, the huge shadow straightened its body, its eyes flashing with blood-red light. It was a tall giant. He was at least 2 meters tall and was completely naked. Only a tattered bib was wrapped around his waist, covering the only part of his body that could not be exposed. The rest of his body was exposed to the air. His messy black hair was plastered to the back of his head, without even the slightest bit of adornment. It was extremely dazzling, and it fit the image of a giant. The muscles on its body bulged, shining with a steel-like luster. Its entire body was filled with power. Roar! The giant raised its head and stretched its body, which was full of explosive power, directly dispersed the smoke and dust around it. Such a small movement brought about a strong gust of wind. Together with the giant's furious roar, it turned into a wave of wind that swept across the rooftop. Berserker, Berserker. Level 75. That's. Chuju's expression changed. Berserker, Berserker. He's the one who smashed the ground and rushed out of the building, right? Mikoto gritted her teeth. A strength-type opponent? Should I say, as expected of a berserker heroic spirit? Rin Enbin and Luvia, who were lying in Wu Yan's arms, were also shaken. Smashed the ground? Rushed out? I don't have time for you guys to express your thoughts. Wu Yan glared at the berserker and barked in a low voice. The opponent is coming. Roar! The berserker let out a ferocious roar as if he was trying to prove his rank, like a giant who had fallen into madness. It stomped on the ground and rushed out. In front of it, Elia and Mio wobbled and stood up from the ground. Elia! Mio! Rin Enbin and Luvia exclaimed. This startled Ilya and Mei Yu. The two magical girls looked up and saw a berserker charging towards them like a rampaging chariot, bringing with it a piercing sound as it pierced through the air. Sapphire! Mei Yu, who was the first to react, shouted. Activate all physical defense. That won't do. Meo-sama. That was all Sapphire could say before the berserker charged towards them and slammed into the two magical girls. Bam! With a muffled collision sound, the berserker used the most violent method. It used its steel-like body to crash into the two slender magical girls. Both Ilya and Mei Yu groaned in pain. Their small bodies were sent flying with a sharp sound and heavily smashed into a wall. Their small faces were filled with pain. Physical defense. Ruby and Sapphire's frightened voice sounded. It's broken. Roar, the roar of the berserker, echoed on the rooftop together with the sound of the two wands. Then, the heavy stomping sound echoed again. The berserker transformed into a charging chariot and charged towards Ilya and Mei Yu against the air pressure. Shock appeared on the faces of Ilya and Mei Yu. His physical defense had been completely destroyed by the berserker's attack. The magic barrier could only defend against magic attacks. It could not absorb any physical damage at all. In other words, if the berserker's attack was effective, the two girls would lose their lives on the spot with their weak bodies. They would die. Clearly aware of this point, the two 10-year-old girls finally could not hide their fear. Their beautiful faces were deathly pale, and their delicate bodies began to tremble. Elia! Mio! As Rin Enbin and Luvia screamed in fear, the berserker charged at the two girls like a hot knife through butter. Beep beep beep. At this critical moment, a sharp electronic sound suddenly resounded through the entire rooftop, as if it was summoning something, incessantly ringing in everyone's ears. What responded to the sharp electronic sound was an extremely dazzling bluish-white light. You're a legendary hero? How dare you bully little girls? Following the loud shout, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, tearing the space apart and landing on the berserker. Don't you feel ashamed? Roar within the thick lightning bolt, the berserker let out an earth-shattering howl of pain. Its huge body began to emit light smoke and a burnt smell. Ha! Without waiting for the thick lightning to disperse, a cold shout mixed with a beep-beep-beep sound rang out. Immediately, a pink stream of light flashed across the rooftop and collided with the berserker, who was in the middle of the lightning. Puchi! Blood splattered, accompanied by a tearing sound. A crystal sword directly pierced through the lightning surrounding the berserker and ruthlessly pierced its heart. Under the impact of the pink flowing light, the huge body of the berserker rushed out of the blue and white lightning. At this moment, the bluish-white lightning bolt is still in effect. Chuju's lightspeed dash actually knocked the berserker out of the lightning bolt. Just like how one would not be burned by a flame at extreme speed, Hinagika's speed was unimaginable. She passed through Mikoto's lightning, and pierced through the berserker's heart with a single strike. Boom! Roar! The berserker only let out a heart-wrenching cry when it was hit by the crystal sword and crashed into the wall. Chapter 1468. The two of you. With a flash, Wu Yan arrived beside Ilya and Mei Yu. He carried out the two little girls who were knocked into the wall by the berserker. Are you all right? Be big brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu shook her head with lingering fear. I am fine. After saying that, Mei Yu broke free from Wu Yan's embrace and stood up by herself. Although the berserker's charge possessed boundless might, not only did it instantly break through the physical defense set up by the wand, it even caused some damage to Mei Yu. But with the wand's ability to accelerate healing, Mei Yu's injuries have already healed. It was the same for Ilya. She no longer had any injuries on her body. But, unlike Mei Yu, Ilya was still in Wu Yan's embrace. Her pretty face was terrifyingly pale. Her hands were tightly grabbing onto Wu Yan's clothes as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. The usual cheerful and naive look in her ruby-like eyes had completely disappeared. What remained was only a single emotion. Fear. An unprecedented fear that was more intense than ever before. It was also the fear of death. Even after transforming into a magical girl, Ilya was still only a 10-year-old child. Unlike Mei Yu, who possessed an unspeakable and extraordinary past, how could Ilya not be afraid when facing death? Perhaps, it was only at this moment that Ilya truly began to understand how dangerous it was to fight against a heroic spirit. Ilya! Seeing the terrified Ilya, Kiran felt a chill down his spine. Mei Yu grew silent. Hugging Ilya's petite body, Wu Yan could feel Ilya's shivering body and the cold sensation coming from her skin. Looking at Ilya's pale face, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Don't worry, Ilya. Tightening his grip on Ilya's body, Wu Yan entrusted her to Mei Yu. Don't be afraid. Stroking Ilya's pale face, Wu Yan smiled gently. I won't let anything happen to you. Be big brother. Ilya's lips trembled. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand tightly. You're not alone. Wu Yan also grabbed Ilya's hand and looked straight into her fearful eyes. Me, Mei Yu, and the other sisters are all here. But Ilya was still somewhat afraid. But don't worry. Wu Yan gave Ilya a reassuring look. I'll end this quickly, so don't be scared, okay? Big brother. Seeing Wu Yan's gentle smile, Ilya's trembling heart involuntarily calmed down. Her pretty face also slowly recovered its rosy color. Seeing this, Miyuki, who was hugging Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Mei Yu. After touching Ilya's pretty face, Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Mei Yu. Retreat to Rin to Saga and Luvia. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Ilya. Then. Hesitation appeared in Mei Yu's eyes. What about the enemy? The enemy is already beyond your ability. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. So leave it to us. Roar, however, the berserker's roar was even louder than before, as if it was mocking Wu Yan's declaration. It entered everyone's ears. Boom! Boom! Then heavy muffled sounds rang continuously. Accompanied by the muffled sounds, two figures shot out like arrows. Amidst the shrill sonic boom, they smashed into the wall beside Wu Yan, Mei Yu, and Ilya. The sudden turn of events startled the three magicians as well as the two magicians who were watching the battle from afar. They hurriedly shifted their gazes to the front. Roar! They saw the berserker whose body was pierced through by Chuju's sword and whose body was also covered with scorched black marks staggered as he stood there. He raised his head and roared. He received such a fatal injury. However, the berserker didn't fall. Instead, his body emitted a fiery red luster. Like a soldering iron thrown into a fire, every muscle on his body flickered with a red light. Under this red light, the berserker's body that was covered with scorched black marks jumped and returned to its original state. The iron swords that were pierced through his body also fell to the ground. Then, including the fatal wound on his heart, all the wounds healed. Roar! When the fiery red luster dissipated, the berserker returned to his peak state. Impossible! Rin Enbin and Luvia's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Ilya and Mei Yu were also shocked. As expected, Wu Yan's expression darkened. The regeneration effect of the 12 trials has been triggered. No, it wasn't just the regeneration effect of the 12 trials that was triggered. The berserker was also resistant to the attack that had just killed him because of another ability of the 12 trials. Next, slashes, stabs, and attacks aimed at the berserker's heart. All attacks that can pierce through the berserker's heart will also be immune. This is the terrifying part of the 12 trials. With the 12 trials as support, the berserker won't receive any damage from the same attacks. It's the classic type of berserker that gets stronger the more he fights. Of course, the berserker's regeneration rate will also decrease by 1. There are pros and cons. There are still 11 more chances left. He had to kill the berserker 11 more times before the berserker would truly die. This is really... Even though he knew this beforehand, Wu Yan was still helpless in this situation. This is troublesome. It is indeed troublesome. The voice on the wall responded to Wu Yan's words. Even if I knew it was going to be like this, I still couldn't react in time and got hit. Hinajiku brushed away the rubble around her body and looked at her robe. She couldn't help but say. But this moving church is really sturdy. I didn't receive any damage after being hit by such an enemy. You got hit by 1 punch, but I got hit by 3 punches. Mikoto, who was standing beside Chuju, also pushed away the gravel around her and complained. It's good to be fast. Even the efficiency of dodging attacks has increased. Fortunately, Yen had the foresight to cast the moving church on us. Otherwise, let alone 3 punches, 1 punch would have taken our lives. There's a limit to that. When the moving church runs out of mana and gets hit, we'll be in for a lot of trouble. Wu Yen stood up and took a step forward. The moving church will reduce the amount of magic power it stores according to the strength of the attack it withstands. The stronger the opponent's attack, the more magic power the moving church will consume. If you continue to be smashed like this, the moving church will collapse sooner or later. There's a limit to mana storage? Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Isn't this the same as the monster's 12 trials? That's right. Wu Yen clenched his fist as he stared at the berserker. Either we exhaust the berserker's 12 trials regeneration count, or we exhaust the magic power stored in the moving church. Whichever side is exhausted first loses. That's easy to understand, Mikoto said with a smile on her face. Blue and white electric current danced on her red and white robe. What will happen? No matter what. Chuju grabbed White Cherry, her wide sleeves fluttered along with her movements. There's only one thing we need to do. This war of attrition. Wu Yen took a deep breath. Mana surged from his body. Let's see how it goes. Roar, the berserker roared out loud. His huge body tightened as he clenched his fists. Like a mountain. He rushed towards the 3 people in front of him and blew the horn for the real battle. Looking at the berserker charging towards them, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled. All right. Let's go. Chapter 1469. Roar on the rooftop under the solitary light mirror. The unique roar of the berserker continued to reverberate in the air. So noisy. Mikoto, who was covered in electric sparks, spread out her slender hand. The rooftop of the skyscraper was like a large generator. Whether it was the ground or the walls, all of them flashed with blue and white electric current. With a turn, the electric current crawled up the huge body of the berserker like a poisonous snake. Roar! Unfortunately for the berserker's resistance to Mikoto's electric current was already built up through the 12 trials. With a swing of his fist, the electric current that crawled up his body was dispersed. Ha! At the same time, Chuju dashed forward like a flash of light and arrived below the berserker. Her body was not even half the size of the berserker, but she was able to unleash a powerful force. Amidst a clear whistle, White Cherry sliced through the air. The sharp blade with a cold luster was thrust out mercilessly and stabbed into the berserker's stomach. Clang! Kirin's sword, which was powerful enough to pierce through the berserker's heart, landed on the berserker's abdomen. This time around, the sound of metal clashing against metal was heard. Chuju felt like her sword had pierced through the city walls. The recoil made her hand go numb and she almost lost her grip on White Cherry. Roar! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the berserker's eyes glowed red. He clenched his fist and the strength behind it was enough to make Chuju's face change. With a sonic boom, the fist came crashing down on Chuju's delicate body. Wang! At this moment, purple magic circles appeared around the berserker's body and surrounded him. Soon after, chains that flickered with purple light emerged from the magic arrays amidst the light clanging sounds of metal clashing against metal. With a jump, the chains shot towards the berserker and wrapped around his fist and body that was coming towards Chuju. Roar! The berserker's huge body stopped abruptly as it was tightly bound by the chain that was coming at it. At once, it began to struggle madly, causing a series of intense sounds of chains rubbing against each other. Clang 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 clang. While the berserker was struggling with the chains on his body, Mikoto took the opportunity. Hinajuku brandished her White Cherry, and within a short span of a second, she unleashed a flurry of pink sword slashes that landed on the berserker, but none of them dealt any damage. Clang 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 clang. At the same time, pitch-black iron sand swords rained down from the sky. Like lightning, they landed on the berserker's body. But just like Chuju's attack, the swords were sent flying as if they hit a thick steel wall. Damn it! Hinajuku jumped back and retreated to the side of Wu Yen, who is controlling the berserker with the lock, and Mikoto, who is chasing after him with the iron sand sword. Isn't this a bit too hard? Doesn't this mean my attacks are useless against him? Me too. Mikoto's tea-colored pupils stared at the berserker as she spoke with anger and helplessness. Electric shock. Iron sand. We've tried everything we can, but it's immune to all of them. It has no effect on that monster at all. Yen. Hinajuku asked without turning her head as she stretched her hand that was holding White Cherry's hand. You always have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Is there really no other way? That's impossible. It's hard to say. Wu Yen had a bitter expression as he channeled mana into the lock. He's also trying to wrestle with the berserker who's struggling to break free from the lock. That guy has the 12 trials. The first effect of this noble phantasm is that it can defend against attacks that don't reach a certain level. As for the tactics I can use, they're useless if they're not strong. If I use the strong ones in this small space, we'll be dragged into it. So I can't use tactics that are purely offensive. Even if other tactics are effective, they can only trap him. Other than tactics, I'm also an expert in close combat and Esper abilities. But as you can see, the berserker is immune to Esper abilities. Stabbing, slashing, and other types of attacks are useless against him. My noble phantasms are useless against him. The only thing left is Neon Den no Shana. I can only use fire to attack the berserker, but that won't be enough to deal any damage to him. Only meteor shower is left, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Wu Yan's expression was troubled. As for close combat, I admit that the primogenitor's body is strong, but I'm not a match for that monster. I'll only get punched if I go. What about the familiars? Mikoto finally gave up on attacking. She used all of her iron sand to form chains, and together with the chains of discipline, they bound the berserker who was howling and struggling. Even if you're worried about destroying the mirror world and can't release your familiars, you can still borrow their abilities, right? First of all, the Black Dragon's abilities can't be used. If we destroy this dimension, we're done for. Wu Yen pondered as he manipulated the chains. Natsuki's ability is mainly spatial manipulation, so the damage she can do is limited. The Guardian's abilities are similar to Chuju's. Stabbing and slashing won't work, and Cannon has no offensive abilities. Only Nagisa, Agrora's Ice, and White Dragon's Fire are useful. Of course, Wu Yen has more tricks up his sleeves. The 3 red jade modes can also be used against Berserker. Other than that, he has a few other trump cards that Wu Yen hasn't had the chance to use yet. Wu Yen had an idea. Chichu! Mikoto! Wu Yen cut off the supply of mana to the discipline lock and he jumped out of the fray. Buy me some time. Before Chuju and Mikoto could react, Wu Yen had already left. Roar! At the same time, the commandment lock that trapped the berserker had lost the supply of mana from Wu Yen and had also lost its power. When the berserker roared, his body stretched out and exploded. Don't wait until you're out of the battle to say that. Upon seeing this, the 2 girls cried out at the same time. However, they still relied on the impregnable defense of the moving church on their bodies to face the berserker that was charging towards them. On the other side, Wu Yen leaped and arrived beside Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio. If we really can't do it, then retreat. Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth and said, not only can he defend against a certain degree of attack, he also has regeneration ability and can resist our attacks. It's impossible to win against an enemy like that. The 3 of you are indeed very strong. This time, the enemy's strength is only on par with any one of you. In addition, the enemy doesn't have any rationality. If you didn't have that noble artifact, the 3 of you would definitely be able to win. Luvia advised in a serious tone. Unfortunately, his noble artifact's effect is too scary. Wu Yen Nai-san. Mio looked at Wu Yen. I also think we should retreat and discuss this again. Big brother. Ilya didn't say anything, but her eyes showed that she wanted to leave as well. I know the enemy this time is too hard to deal with. Wu Yen stepped forward and stood in front of Rin Enbin and the others. But it's not like there's no way to solve this. After saying that, Wu Yen took out a card from his body. Chapter 1470. Rank card? Rin, Ruvia, Iria, and Mio flinched when they saw Wu Yen taking out a card at this critical juncture. What's wrong? Rin Enosaka frowned. Don't tell me you have a rank card that can deal with the berserker's noble phantasm? No. Wu Yen answered without hesitation. At the very least,
None of the rank cards I have are directly effective against a berserker's noble relic.
Ha!
Luvia opened her mouth in shock.
Then why did you take out a rank card now?
I have an idea. Tightening his grip on the class card, he looked at the berserker who was fighting with Hinajuku and Mikoto and said so.
Perhaps we can take care of the berserker in one go. Take care of the berserker in one go? Rin Enbin and the others looked at each other. At the same time, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Was there really a way to take care of the berserker in front of them?
Wu Yan, do you need my help?
Mio raised the sapphire wand in her hand. I can help you to activate your rank card.
There's still me.
Compared to Mei Yu, Ilya was a little hesitant. It seemed that this should be the residual effect of the death threat that the berserker brought to her. However, Ilya still raised her ruby wand and chose to step forward bravely. It was only natural that the two magical girls would step forward at this time. After all, if they wanted to use the rank card to activate the noble phantasm corresponding to the rank card, they would need to use a noble phantasm. They would need a magic attire, as a medium. And it would need to be a special magic attire. For example, rubies and sapphires could not only provide the owner with unlimited mana, but they could also attack according to the owner's imagination. This property was very similar to the noble phantoms that were born from the belief and fantasy of humans as the framework. It was known as the noble phantoms. As such, the two wands could be used as a special magic attire, and the rank card could be used as a pass to the seat of heroic spirits to materialize the heroic spirits' treasures. As for Wu Yan, he didn't seem to have such a special magic attire, right?
Don't worry.
However, Wu Yan shook his head and refused, looking at the card in his hand. He smiled. Since magic attire can be used as a medium magic power, which all magic tricks, magic attire, and even spells rely on, can be used as a medium to unfold the class card, right?
Using mana as a medium? Rin Enbin and the others were stunned.
Are you all right?
That's... Rin said without hesitation.
The magic attire can be used as a medium for the materialization of relics because the relics of the heroic spirits need to be attached to the attire. With the help of its form, it could display its proper posture. Magic power did not have a physical body, nor did it have a physical body. How could it be used as a medium by a tangible noble artifact to possess a body and materialize it? Then, what about materializing magic power? Wu Yan chuckled in a leisurely manner. Materialize magic power and condense it into a physical body. Then it can be used as a medium, right?
Are you crazy?
Rin Enbin shouted in disbelief. Materialize your own magic power, connect to the seat of heroic spirits with a class card, and then summon the noble artifact to materialize it.
The amount of magic power required for this process would drain a magician who is 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful than a normal magician in just a second.
Do you want to die? Of course, he wouldn't die when his magic power was depleted. However, once his magic power was depleted, he would lose his magic power. It would absorb the user's mental strength and life force and convert them into magic power. The result would be a decrease in lifespan, disability, or even death. Not to mention, before that, Wu Yan had to materialize his magic power. That would require a large amount of magic power to support it. One could imagine how shocked Rin Enbin and the others were when they found out that Wu Yan planned to use his magic power as a medium. Wasn't this a gamble with his life? However, Wu Yan didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, he showed an arrogant expression. I'm sorry. The magic power on his body suddenly expanded and turned into a sound wave. With Wu Yan as the center, it spread in all directions. I don't have much, but I have more magic power and life force than you can imagine. With that, Wu Yan's hand that was holding the class card released a shocking amount of magic power. It condensed into a vortex and wrapped around the entire class card. Class card, Saber, Sword Soldier. Limited activation. In the next moment, the class card turned into a ray of light. Amidst the light, the surging mana continued to emerge from it, spreading in the space like ripples. The card that turned into a ray of light gradually elongated in Wu Yan's hand. It set off waves of light that filled the sky above the mirror realm. Finally, the light dissipated and the class card disappeared from Wu Yan's hand. It was replaced by a sword. A sacred sword that looked like it was forged from gold. The body of the sword was as bright as silver. The blade of the sword was solid gold and the hilt was dark blue like a gem. Excalibur, Excalibur. Holding the hilt of Excalibur tightly, Wu Yan took a deep breath and stared at the berserker. In the next moment, the sacred sword was surrounded by golden light and white feathers that emitted a soft light. With a rise and fall, they wrapped around the sacred sword. The sacred sword shone brightly. Chichu! Mikoto! Wu Yan's voice clearly entered the ears of the two girls who were fighting the berserker. There was no need for too many words. A simple sentence was enough for Chuju and Mikoto to understand. With a leap, they retreated and left the berserker. It was as if a light voice was ringing in everyone's heart. Wu Yan held the sacred sword's hilt with both hands and raised it above his head. Then, the sacred sword turned into a ray of light that spewed out golden energy waves. Excalibur, Excalibur. Roar, the true name of Excalibur, Excalibur, and the berserker's roar echoed in the mirror realm at the same time. Then, a golden ray of light shook the atmosphere and broke through the ground. It flashed like a laser beam and landed on the berserker. Boom! The berserker didn't even have time to turn around to look for the enemy he was fighting just a second ago. His vision was filled with a bright light. Then, his huge body was completely swallowed by the light ray. He couldn't even be seen anymore. Roar! Amidst the golden light interruption, the berserker's agonizing howl came from within. It was gradually weakened by the impact of the light beam, and in the end, the berserker was propelled into the sky by the light beam. Bang! The light ray crashed into the arc mirror that covered the sky. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground, causing a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the people on the rooftop, the arc mirror in the sky was destroyed by the golden light ray. It shattered into pieces and scattered all over the sky. Wu Yan and the others' hearts were in their throats. If Excalibur's strike directly destroyed the mirror realm, all they could do was to run. Fortunately, the situation they imagined didn't happen. The golden light ray on the light ray gradually dimmed. Its power also slowly decreased until it turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the sky. In the sky, the arc mirror was full of holes and tattered. At the corner of the mirror that was riddled with holes, the huge body of the berserker was charred black and emitting smoke. Even his skin was burnt into a mess. He looked like a plane that crashed and fell to the ground on the rooftop. Chapter 1471. Bam! The berserker fell heavily on the rooftop with smoke all over his body, causing a heavy thud and a thick cloud of dust that shrouded his ridiculously huge body. The group of girls first glanced at the thick smoke and dust in front of them before shifting their gazes to the sky. They looked at the arc light mirror that was riddled with holes and shards that were still falling from it. They were secretly shocked in their hearts. One had to admit that the power of Excalibur was unimaginable. If it were to land directly on this building, the entire building would be destroyed in an instant. Even if they were to attack the sky, judging from the current situation, as long as they use the Excalibur again and release the true name of the Excalibur, the sky that was riddled with holes won't be able to hold on. At that time, the entire mirror world would shatter as well, right? It's no wonder Wu Yan was so restrained and didn't use powerful spells to deal with the berserker. This space is too small. It's inconvenient for them to fight. If the opponent was a berserker, who only used brute force to attack, it would be fine. If the opponent this time was a saber, caster, or even a rider who rode a Pegasus, this space would have been long gone. Once this space is destroyed, they can only escape from the mirror realm and leave the heroic spirits in the mirror realm to fend for themselves. They won't be able to obtain a rank card anymore. This is something that can't happen no matter what. At least, that's the case for Wu Yan's group. Did it work? Ilya held her ruby staff tightly. Her eyes were filled with nervousness as she looked at the smoke in front of her. No one answered Ilya's question. That's because they have the same doubts in their hearts. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke in front of them. Their eyes and faces were more or less filled with nervousness and anticipation. They're looking forward to the berserker being dealt with just like that. Only Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed. His body tensed up and the hand that held the holy sword also tightened. Inside his body, his magic power quietly revolved. Roar! Right at this moment, a deep roar sounded from the smoke in front of them. The girls' pupils shrunk and a grave and shocked expression appeared on their faces. Roar! Not long after, a second roar sounded. This roar sounded like the howl of a wild beast. It was filled with power and turned into a gust of wind that blew away the smoke in front of them.
What entered the girl's eyes was a fiery red light. Just like when the 12 trials regeneration effect was triggered and the berserker came back to life, the berserker in front of them straightened his body. His eyes flashed with a bloody light, and the muscles on his body were like scalding iron. The scorching red color was all over the berserker. In that fiery red light, the berserker's huge body that was riddled with scars slowly recovered. How is this possible? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio all had a look of fear in their eyes. Even Hinajiku and Mikoto's faces darkened, their brows furrowed. An unkillable enemy. An unkillable enemy. Furthermore, every time he dies, he will be immune to the same attack and Sacred Sword's true name liberation will no longer take effect. On top of that, it's on the verge of collapse. The mirror world that could shatter at any moment is firmly restricting everyone's means. How are we supposed to fight this? Roar! A ferocious roar came from the berserker's mouth. It was as if the berserker's roar wanted to shatter the last bit of fighting spirit in the girls' hearts. It caused the atmosphere to tremble and the space to tremble. Under such circumstances, the girls already had thoughts of retreating. Only one person made a move. Suddenly, he faced the sky and roared. Under the berserker's body covered in fiery red light, a figure flashed out from the void and arrived in front of the berserker. I am waiting. His wine-red eyes flashed with radiance as if victory is already in his grasp. Wu Yan raised his hand. This is the moment. Following such a declaration, a white flame suddenly ignited on Wu Yan's raised hand and covered his entire hand. At the same time, the berserker seemed to have sensed danger. Its roar came to an abrupt halt, and its huge eyes widened to the maximum. Ha! Not giving the berserker time to react, with a cold shout, Wu Yan extended his hand that was burning with white flames, forming a sharp spike. Under the illumination of the white flames, the spike shot out like a laser beam, abruptly flashing. Not far away, the girls only saw a flash of white light in Wu Yan's hand before disappearing. Poochie! Then a tearing sound entered everyone's ears. Roar! The hand blade that was burning with white flames easily pierced through the berserker's steel-like body as if it was cutting through paper. It pierced through the berserker's chest, causing the berserker's ferocious roar to be filled with indescribable pain. Blood flowed out from the hole in his chest, but it was instantly burned by the white flame that covered the hand blade. Blood also flowed out from the corner of the berserker's mouth, causing his eyes to be filled with madness. Roar! The fiery red body is still recovering. The effect of the 12 trials is still in effect. The berserker who hasn't fully recovered reacted as if he was struck by lightning. He swung his heavy fist and fiercely smashed it on Wu Yan's body. Bang! Humph! Wu Yan let out a muffled groan. As if he was hit by a mountain, his body bounced back heavily and quickly smashed into a wall. Then, he fell to the ground with gravel all over his body. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yan stabilized his body in time and landed on one knee in a sorry state. He held his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Big brother. Wu Yan and I-san. Ilya and Meiyu also cried out in panic. Even Rin Enbin and Luvia were shocked. The girls quickly ran to Wu Yan's side. Mikoto and Chuju blocked in front of Wu Yan with a gloomy expression, guarding against the berserker who might chase after him. Ilya and Meiyu supported Wu Yan on both sides. I'm fine. Wu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stopped the two girls from supporting him. He stood up from the ground. The berserker's punch was unimaginably heavy. Even with the true ancestor's strong body, Wu Yan almost lost half his life. But that's it. Everything is worth it. Let's retreat. Rin Enbin and Luvia shouted in unison. We can't win against a monster like that. No. Without waiting for the other girls to express their opinion, Wu Yan grinned. We've already won. Hearing this, all the girls were stunned. But Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were standing in front of everyone and guarding against the berserker, noticed. In front of him, the berserker stood motionless in the same spot. Even the light in his eyes had dimmed. There wasn't a trace of light in his eyes, just like a statue. What's wrong? The group of girls shifted their gazes to the berserker who seemed a little strange. Their surprise was not concealed at all, and it was completely exposed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the berserker made his move. Its huge arms drooped down, and its head also drooped down.
Its entire body leaned forward, and slowly fell to the ground. The fiery red luster on his body that represented the activation of the 12 trials regeneration effect disappeared completely. The berserker's body also slowly turned into ashes. Berserker, dead. Chapter 1472. Looking at the berserker's huge body that was slowly falling to the ground and gradually turning into ashes, everyone at the scene couldn't react in time. Amidst the flying ash, the rank card also slowly emerged. However, looking at the class card that they had been dreaming of, none of them snapped out of their daze and went forward to retrieve it. What was going on? Why did my opponent suddenly die? Could it be that he can no longer revive? A series of questions crawled into the hearts of many young girls, causing them to be stunned for a while, unable to react for a long time. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan shrugged. He lifted his leg and went forward to retrieve the class card that was floating in the air. On the surface of the card, there was a picture of a crazy warrior holding a great sword. Right below the picture, there was a line of words that read, Berserker. It flashed with a golden luster as if it was alive, announcing the end of the battle. Class card, Berserker. A card made with extremely advanced magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit that corresponds to the card's class card. The method of usage is as follows. Limited expansion. With the magic attire as the medium, the class card as the pass to the heroic spirit seat. Materialize the heroic spirit's relic that corresponds to the class card and can be used for a short period of time. Note, this class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit's relic is Kill 100. Parallel limited expansion. With multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes, multiple heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this job class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit's relic is Kill 100. Dream summoning. With the user as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits, the user can summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card and materialize it on the user's body. The user can turn into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card. Note, this job class card is called Berserker. The corresponding heroic spirit is the greatest and most famous hero in ancient Greek mythology, Hercules. Kill 100 heads, a relic used to kill the immortal Hydra in the past. It was shaped like a bow and arrow and was Hercules' most trusted relic. After killing the Hydra, Hercules could use other weapons to imitate the relic's ability. The specific ability of the skill was to combine all the attacks together and release 9 consecutive attacks at a high speed. Therefore, shooting 100 beasts was a skill that was as powerful as a relic. The relic itself was a gigantic axe sword. When the user held the gigantic axe sword, he would be able to use shooting 100 beasts. Class card. Berserker. Holding the Berserker rank card in his hand tightly, Wu Yan showed a comfortable smile. I'll accept it then. Hearing this, the group of young ladies finally retracted their thoughts and looked at each other in dismay. What the hell is going on? Mikoto couldn't wait to ask. Didn't you say that a berserker has to be killed 12 times before it's eliminated? We could only kill him 2 or 3 times, right? How did the berserker suddenly die? The rest of the young ladies turned to look at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with questions. It's simple. Wu Yan did not hide anything and answered without hesitation. That's because I used up the regeneration effect of the berserker's relic. Used up? Not only did the young ladies not feel relieved, they were even more confused. There's a limit to the regeneration effect of the berserker's relic. Seeing that the young ladies were confused, Wu Yan explained. Every time the berserker's noble phantasm activates the regeneration effect, the berserker's body will feel like it's on fire. It would be covered in a red glow. I caught the berserker's relic and killed him when the regeneration effect was triggered. Saying so, he extended his hand that is holding the berserker rank card. He extended his finger and with a whoosh, a small white flame ignited on his finger. Seeing this, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mikoto looked at each other. Just now, Wu Yan used this white flame to kill the berserker. Could it be?
Could it be because of this white flame? Chuju and Mikoto were stunned as well. However, unlike Rin Enbin and the rest, they knew what kind of terrifying ability this white flame had. Thus they gave it some thought. The two of them immediately understood what was going on. I understand now. Chuju's eyes lit up. No wonder you went head-to-head and even got punched by the berserker. So this is the reason. This flame has the ability to incinerate time. Mikoto crossed her arms in relief. The berserker's relic is his body. Therefore, Yen thought of a way to kill the berserker and trigger the regeneration effect of the relic. Then, he buried the flame into the berserker's body. This way. If that's the case, the flame can burn the berserker's noble artifact. Wu Yen waved his hand and retracted the white flame on his finger. He then opened his palm. My flames can burn time. If I burn the relic to the point where it appears, the regeneration time stored in the berserker's relic, and even the duration of the relic itself will be burned up by my flames. Naturally, the berserker will die as well. Incinerate time. Luvia could not hide her shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. Is there a flame in this world that can burn time? What kind of magic is that? No. Rin and Osaka's face froze. No magic can have such an effect. This is already at the level of magic. The so-called magic, to put it bluntly, was actually a method that was unknown to ordinary people. It was something that could be done through human technology, using personal ability and unusual means to do it. And this method not known to ordinary people, and unusual means referred to magic. But, burning time? Is human technology able to do such a thing? Things that couldn't be done by human technology could be done by using methods unknown to ordinary people, and unusual means. This was magic. That was why mage envoys who could use magic were so rare and powerful. In this world, there were only 5 kinds of things that could be called magic. Kizia, who sent Rin and Osaka and Luvia to retrieve the card. Zelrich. Shubiin Ogu is a magic user who can use the second type of magic. It is also the second type of magic. But now, the man in front of him had actually used a magic level technique. Could it be that Wu Yen is one of the 5 magic users? In that case, what was the rank of burning time in the 5 great spells? No one can answer this question except for Rin and Osaka and Luvia. At the same time, Rin and Osaka and Luvia noticed something strange. Other than holding the card, Wu Yan's other hand is still holding the sacred sword, Excalibur. What's going on? Rin and Osaka couldn't help but point at the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand. Why is the relic still there? There is a time limit to the activation of the card. The relic can only be used for a short period of time. Once the time limit expires, the card will automatically return to its original state. But this sacred sword... I'll explain later. Wu Yen waved his hand. The mirror realm is about to collapse. Let's get out of here first. Hearing this, the group of young ladies could only nod. Chapter 1473. Fuyuki City, a restaurant. This is one of the best restaurants in Fuyuki City. Those who dined in this restaurant were generally people with some status and wealth. Therefore, the cost of eating here was not something that an ordinary family could afford. A simple meal was definitely equivalent to about a month's food expenses for an ordinary family. It was also because of this that this restaurant was open almost 24 hours a day. Even if it was late at night, it would still serve meals. It was a very unique and high-end restaurant. Today, at around 1 o'clock in the morning, this high-end restaurant was booked. This restaurant is comparable in size to a hotel. Until dawn, other than the restaurant staff, there are only 7 people eating here. On a large round table large enough to seat more than 10 people, steaming hot dishes were piled up one after another, filling the entire table. Moreover, the degree of luxury of the dishes was to the extent that it would make one flabbergasted. For example, a thick soup made from whole chickens, a meat dish made from a large amount of precious spices, a vegetable dish drizzled with expensive spices, a salted pie made from steamed freshwater fish, and so on and so forth. The dazzling and luxurious dishes emitted a fragrance that greatly increased one's appetite and filled the air. Just the price of this table of dishes is enough to make one's jaw drop. If a poor person were to stand here, perhaps he wouldn't even dare to eat. Of course, the taste is also top-notch. Even if it can't be compared to a cheating vampire ancestor,
It's still not something a normal restaurant can compare to. Wu Yan, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Miyu gathered around the dining table. There are also 2 UFOs with ribbon-like ribbons on them. Their chatter echoed throughout the dining hall. Cheers! Along with the voices, ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of glasses clinking echoed. At first glance, it seems like a celebration party is being held. Actually, this was indeed a celebratory feast. To celebrate the retrieval of all 7 cards, Wu Yan booked the entire cafeteria to reward Hinajuku and Mikoto, who have been fighting non-stop for the past few days. Rin Enbin's group is also here. The other 2 class cards are also with them, so he invited them together. However, the person himself seemed to be a little unhappy. Really? Rin Enbin raised a glass full of drinks. She couldn't help but yell. Why do we have to participate in the enemy's celebration party? Indeed. Luvia rubbed her aching head. She then looked at her surroundings. However, as far as the taste of the restaurant is concerned, this is quite to my taste. If I have time in the future, I will come here to eat again. I'm not against it. Ilya's expression was a bit stiff. But this is the first time I'm wandering around outside this late at night. If my family finds out, I'll be screwed. Hearing this, Hinajuku and Mikoto, who were closest to Ilya, stopped what they were doing and looked at each other in dismay. Speaking of which, there are still 2 10-year-old children here. Is it okay for them to stay out all night like this? Well, Wu Yan scratched his face. Since the guardian is here, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Mio's guardian is here. Ilya raised her hand weakly. But I didn't. Ilya. You can't be like this. Ruby, who was flying beside Ilya, said seriously. The night is a very charming existence for humans. Only by understanding the joy of the night can you become an adult. Haha. Ilya laughed dryly. I feel like your words are very ambiguous. There's still class tomorrow. Mio, who was silent, finally spoke. That's why I don't agree with this kind of activity that wastes rest time. Mayo-sama. Sapphire flew over. Do I need to use magic to dispel fatigue? How about I help you? Mikoto raised one of her fingers. Blue and white electric sparks jumped on it. I've tried staying up all night in Tokiwadai before. But, if you use electricity, you'll feel refreshed the next day. Mikoto suggested as if she had good intentions. How about it? Do you want to use electricity? Ilya and Mio both froze. Looking at Mikoto, who had blue and white electric sparks on her finger, Ilya's little head shook like a rattle drum. What? Mikoto pouted in dissatisfaction. It's really effective. No, I don't think that's the problem. Chuju blushed with shame. Before seeing if it's effective, it's best to consider if it's dangerous or not. Haha. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mikoto glared at him. But there's no point in saying that now. Since they're already here, Ilya and Mio could only put on a gloomy expression and start tasting the dishes on the table. Soon, they tasted the delicious dishes and their little faces showed a joyful expression. Judging from this point of view, these 2 girls were definitely children. Seeing how cute the 2 little girls were, Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't know if it was because their maternal instincts were triggered or if it was because they saw cute toys. They all went over to them. 2 big girls and 2 small girls laughed and played together. You guys. Rin Enbin sighed and muttered with a frown. You guys have such a good relationship. When it's time to fight for each other's class cards, how are you going to do it? Speaking of class cards. Luvia frowned and looked at Wu Yan. She asked with a face full of doubt. How are you able to keep the limited release noble phantasm in its materialization state? Upon hearing that, Rin Enbin shifted his gaze to Wu Yan. Logically speaking, the class card that was materialized into a noble phantasm could only be used for a very short period of time. That period of time might not even last a minute. This was something that Rin Enbin and Luvia, who had used their class cards on more than one occasion, were well aware of. However, in tonight's battle, the sacred sword that Wu Yan materialized maintained its noble phantasm form. Let's not talk about how much mana Wu Yan had to expend to maintain the noble phantasm. Just this alone is enough to make one wonder how much mana Wu Yan had to expend to maintain the noble phantasm.
Could it be that the limited release could be maintained indefinitely? Could it be that they couldn't maintain the limited release because they used the wrong method? Looking at Rin Enbin and Luvia's eyes, Wu Yan could almost guess what they were thinking. He pouted. Don't think too much. The reason why I can maintain the limited release is because of a special ability of mine. Special ability? The two girls were confused. Wu Yan shook his head and explained. As you guys have seen, I have my own noble phantasm. However, those were not noble phantasms in the beginning. They were just normal weapons. Wu Yan opened the back of his hands. Two bright red dots formed a sword mark on the back of his hands. I can turn any weapon into my noble phantasm. As Rin Enbin and Luvia were shocked, Wu Yan spoke. No matter what weapon it is, even if it's a heroic spirit's noble phantasm, as long as I touch it, it will become my noble phantasm and fall under my control. Noble phantasms that are materialized by rank cards are also weapons. Wu Yan shook his head regretfully after he cut off the ability of the Knight's Undying Knight and made the two dots disappear. However, since it's just a materialized phantasm, I can't directly turn it into my noble phantasm. However, before I cut off the supply of mana to the noble phantasm, the noble phantasm will be affected by my ability. It will stay in my hands until I run out of mana. Perhaps I will cut off the supply of mana myself. Rin and Osaka and Luvia opened their mouths, then closed them again. After hearing this explanation, they were even more confused. For example, why does Wu Yan have such an ability? For example, why does Wu Yan have such powerful mana? For example, is the white flame that can burn time a spell? All these questions have been weighing down on the two Magic Association's Chronometer Tower's hearts. However, they didn't ask any questions. After all, they have collected all 7 rank cards. Next, in order to collect all 7 rank cards, they will become real enemies. Chapter 1474. Everyone had their own thoughts, but at least on the surface, the meal ended satisfactorily. Unknowingly or unknowingly, this meal was eaten by everyone until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. In the cold wind, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio parted ways at the entrance of the restaurant. After greeting each other, they returned home. Originally, Wu Yan was the only man present. Now that it was 2 or 3 a.m., it would be ungentlemanly of him if he didn't send the girls home first. But who would be worried that the 4 of them would be ambushed in the middle of the night? 2 of them were magicians from famous magic schools, and they were also the top students of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower. The other 2 were magical girls. When the 4 of them worked together, ordinary heroic spirits might not be a match for them. Are you worried about their safety? Then, there should be at least a few capable attackers. Furthermore, after the meal ended, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto felt that Rin Enbin and Luvia's attitude towards them changed. Even if Wu Yan suggested to send them home, they would probably reject him. There's nothing they can do about it. Unlike Wu Yan's group, Rin Enbin and Luvia felt a lot of pressure. There's no other reason other than the fact that they have to face an opponent even scarier than a heroic spirit. That's all. When they thought of that, Rin Enbin and Luvia watched as Wu Yan's group walked away while chatting and laughing. Their faces slowly sank. Mio, who was accompanying Luvia, seemed to have noticed something as well. She lowered her head. She remained silent. Ha! Only Ilya yawned as if she wasn't nervous at all. She rubbed her eyes like a sleepy child. Let's go back and sleep. We still have classes tomorrow. After saying that, Ilya took the ruby and turned around, intending to walk in the direction of her home. Rin Enbin suddenly spoke. Maybe you don't want to hear this, but I have to make it clear. Rin Enbin's green eyes stared straight ahead as he spat out those words. Don't get closer to those people. Mayu clenched his fists tightly when he heard this. Ilya's footsteps also came to a halt, and her pupils shrank. She was no longer sleepy. She slowly turned around and looked at Rin Enbin's back. She forced a smile as if she was running away from something. This. What do you mean? I don't want to make it clear. Rin Enbin was silent for a while before speaking with an expressionless face. You know. At this moment, the atmosphere between Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Mio, and Ilya froze. Just like what Rin Enbin said, they knew what he meant. Why would Rin Osaka say something like that? Because next, they would have to face the problem that they had always avoided talking about. fighting for the rank card. Moreover, it was those 3 people who had displayed strength that far exceeded theirs more than once, and had even saved them more than once. Although they had been avoiding the topic, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio knew that as long as both sides wanted the rank card, then that day would eventually come. Or rather, it was unbelievable that they had dragged it out until now. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto, no matter who stood out, they had the strength to defeat Rin Enbin and the other 3. So, as long as they wanted to. Then, the rank card in the hands of Rin Enbin and the others wouldn't be able to keep it. Let's not talk about anything else, the caster magician card. If Wu Yan didn't have an agreement with Rin Enbin and Mio didn't get the Lancer card from him, they wouldn't have gotten the card in the end. The Archer card was in Wu Yan's hands before he returned it to Ilya in exchange for information. The other 5 cards were in Wu Yan's hands. No matter how they looked at it, Rin Enbin and the others had no way of winning. Unless they don't care about involving normal people and risk being punished by the Magic Association and ask for help from the Magic Association. Otherwise, getting the other 5 class cards from Wu Yan's hands is going to be very difficult. Of course, this wasn't the real reason why Rin Enbin told Ilya and Mio to stay away from Wu Yan in the future. The real reason why Rin Enbin said this was because they were going to become enemies who would fight for the cards. If they were to close the distance at this time, not to mention whether there would be people playing tricks on them, if they really became entangled, what should they do when it was time to make a move? Go easy on them? In that case, in the end, the grade card in his hand would only be taken away. Actually, Rin and Osaka also knew that he was just lying to himself. Regardless of whether or not Elia and Mei Yu had feelings for each other, Elia herself already had some hazy feelings for them, toward the man who had intimate contact with her. If even Rin and Osaka is like this, Iria and Mio, who were once enlightened, helped, cared for, and saved by Wu Yan, are in even more of a predicament. Their petite faces showed signs of bitterness. Do we have to fight? Ilya couldn't help but ask for help. Is there no other way to solve this? Don't be naive, Ilya. Ilya's official. The one who spoke was Luvia, who had a serious expression on her face. Our goal is the rank card. As long as no one gives up, this is an irreconcilable conflict. Then. Ilya's little hands were holding her clothes tightly. Her face was full of hesitation. Then can't we just give up on the rank card? Big Brother and the others aren't bad people, right? There's no need to worry about them doing bad things with the cards, right? The 3 questions in a row caused Luvia to fall into silence. She was unable to say anything. Taking back the rank card is the mission given to us by the Magic Association. This time, it was Rin Enbin's turn to answer. No matter what we want, at least the Magic Association won't allow us to give the rank card to others. Then Rin-san, do you think we should fight with Big Brother and the others? Ilya started to get excited. For those cards, Rin-san, can you fight with your companions? They're not our companions. Rin Endo turned his head abruptly, and his gaze met Ilya's eyes, which were also filled with waves that were difficult to calm down. Ilya, the world of magic isn't as beautiful as you think. It's a bloody world filled with madness, delusion, and obsession. Even if you have a sense of companionship with them, can you be sure that they have the same struggle as you? Ilya's body trembled. Her excitement disappeared as if she was splashed with cold water. Yeah. I don't want to fight with Big Brother and the others. What about Big Brother and the others? Do they have the same thought? Do they have the same struggle as me? Will they give up on the rank card for us? Do they not want to fight with us because of the rank card? Could it be that all the smiles from before were fake? Wu Yan-san once told me. While Ilya's heart was filled with confusion, Mio raised her head. A pair of determined eyes appeared in everyone's sight. I'm no longer alone. I have someone to rely on. If I don't mind him as an enemy, he will also become my support. From that person, I can feel a sense of security. It's the same as my older brothers. Sense of security. Mei Yu changed from her usual silent image and expressed her feelings from the bottom of her heart. She fearlessly met Rin Enbin and Luvia's gaze. That's why I choose to believe in Wu Yan-san. Mio. Hearing Mio's words, Ilya couldn't help but recall the scene of her eating sundaes with Wu Yan. The scene of them having fun together, the scene of him saving her from the berserker, and the scene of him comforting her when her heart was filled with fear.
I also believe that Big Brother isn't that kind of person. Ilya's heart calmed down. Her eyes and face were no longer filled with confusion. He must be sincere in his dealings with us. You all. Luvia had a complicated expression. Sigh. Rin Enbin sighed. However, his heavy expression unknowingly relaxed. He smiled bitterly. What a troublesome situation. Chapter 1475. The next day, it was a beautiful morning. Not only was the weather fine, the sun was bright, the sky was clear, and the autumn air was refreshing. No matter how one looked at the weather, the temperature, up, left, down, and right, it was a good day for doing anything. With such beautiful weather, Hinajuku and Mikoto also took out all the blankets from their house and washed them clean. Humming and singing, they took the blankets out to the balcony and sprinkled them. Their mood couldn't be better. They could even jump around. Wu Yan also woke up early. It was rare for him to have such a good time. He sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea while enjoying his daily life with the two girls. From time to time, he would flirt with Chuju, quarrel with Mikoto, and play with the two arrogant girls. Because of this, Hinajuku and Mikoto's mood was always at a high level. Their faces were filled with unconcealable happiness, making the two beautiful girls even prettier today. Dazzling and dazzling. However, their good mood was completely ruined by the sound of the doorbell. Standing in front of the gate, Chuju and Mikoto were also standing behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Including Wu Yan, the smiles on their faces disappeared. What was left behind was a look of astonishment. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at the person standing in front of the gate. She was wearing a red woolen sweater, a black pleated skirt, knee-high socks, and a pair of ponytails. It was a beautiful girl with a smile on her face. For a long time, the three couldn't react. When they finally came to their senses, Hinajuku and Mikoto's expression darkened. Wu Yan's expression slowly turned into one of confusion as he pointed at his own nose and laughed dryly. What did you just say? Can I trouble you to repeat that again? Date. The girl standing outside the gate. Rin and Osaka. Without the slightest hesitation, a smile appeared on his face. How about it? Are you going? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He fell into silence again. What is she playing at now? Wasn't there something wrong with her last night? She didn't seem to fit in with us? He didn't even have the chance to ask how she knew where he lived and she said something like that. What is she trying to do? Wu Yan didn't think that Rin and Osaka was just messing with him. After all, other than the few times he had sex with Rin and Osaka, other than retrieving the cards, the only other time they had met was when they drank black tea at the coffee shop and had a discussion at Livia's house. After that, they didn't have any other interactions. She came to him and said she wanted to go on a date in front of Chuju and Mikoto. She said there was no ghost. Who would believe her? Of course, this was Wu Yan's idea. Rin and Osaka had a mysterious smile on her face. There was a hint of provocation in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Hinajuku and Mikoto, Wu Yan, who is standing in front of them, doesn't know what kind of expression they have on their faces. However, he can feel chills running down his spine, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Needless to say, these two girls. They definitely thought that Wu Yan went behind their back to flirt with other girls. This is such an injustice. But Rin and Osaka didn't just want to go on a date with him, that's for sure. Okay. After some hesitation, Wu Yan nodded. Wait for me. Wu Yan ignored Rin and Osaka's helpless shrug and turned around. He looked at Chuju and Mikoto, who were staring at him coldly. He scratched his face and laughed. I'm going out for a bit. A date. Chuju said with a fake smile. That's a good thing. Yeah. Mikoto closed her eyes. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and seemed to be very calm. However, the blue and white electric arcs jumping on her forehead betrayed her mood. It's rare for the weather to be so nice today. Well. Wu Yan put his hands together and made an apologetic gesture. You know I didn't mean it that way. I'll bring you a gift. Please don't be mad. Only then did Hinajuku and Mikoto's expressions lighten up. Chuju and Mikoto knew that Rin and Osaka wouldn't go on a date with Wu Yan for no reason. As girls, they were proud, but they could see that Rin and Osaka's nonchalant attitude wasn't something a girl who was about to go on a date should have. If that's the case, Rin and Osaka's date with Wu Yan must have an ulterior motive. Coupled with Wu Yan's apologetic look, even if the two girls had hearts of stone, they would have melted. They could only turn their heads away and reply in a muffled tone. Come back soon. Got it. Wu Yan turned around and grabbed Rin and Osaka's hand. They ran out of the house before Rin could react. Chuju and Makoto looked at Wu Yan and Rin and Osaka's back as they walked away. They could see the jealousy and helplessness in each other's eyes. They're going to fall into that guy's hands for the rest of their lives. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto's house was a bit far from Fuyuki City. They were surrounded by residential areas and the streets were only passable. It was similar to Iria, Mio, and Luvia's house. Since it's a date, Wu Yan couldn't bring Rin and Osaka to wander around the residential area. The two didn't speak and walked side by side towards the city. Walking on the street, Rin Enbin couldn't help but stretch like a cat. He looked up at the sky and praised. The weather is great, looks like I picked the right day. A gentle breeze blew by and Rin and Osaka's black ponytails fluttered. Coupled with her good looks, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. That's true, this kind of weather is perfect for a date. I guess you picked the right day. Wu Yan isn't some innocent guy. He quickly regained his senses and he looked at Rin Todoro with a half-smile. But this outfit isn't right, it doesn't look like you're going on a date. This is what I'm going to wear for a date. Rin and Osaka retorted. Are you doubting my taste in clothes? Red on top and black on the bottom, I don't see any taste in it. Wu Yan curled his lips and revealed a smile that Rin and Osaka thought was very seductive. Good, you're a little revealing, at least it's not that bad. Wu Yan glanced at Rin's thighs as he said that. He told Rin where this little bit is exposed. Oh! His eyes twitched and he forced a smile on his face. Ugh! Rin Tozaka's face twitched. Then, do you want to touch it again? Rin and Osaka lifted her thighs and it caught Wu Yan's attention. Rin and Osaka's lower body was very seductive. Her skirt was short and it didn't provide any protection. Every time she moved her legs, Rin and Osaka's skirt could be vaguely seen. The curves from her thighs to her buttocks were also fully exposed. It was sexy and beautiful. Under these circumstances, when Rin and Osaka lifted her legs, her vaguely visible thighs became even more obvious. It was very tempting. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't think Rin and Osaka was trying to seduce him. Instead, it looked like she was preparing to kick him. No, if Wu Yan really touched her thighs, Rin and Osaka would definitely kick him. Miss Rin sure is open-minded. Wu Yan shrugged in a teasing manner. You're going to touch thighs on a date, this is unprecedented. I'm sorry, I'm just that open-minded. Rin and Osaka's forehead was imprinted with the word, well. His smile turned dangerous. Then, can you tell me what an open-minded date is like? Wu Yan turned around and smiled meaningfully. He reached out and grabbed Rin and Osaka's hand. What? Rin and Osaka was shocked and glared at Wu Yan. What are you doing? Didn't you want to know what an open-minded date is? Wu Yan blinked. He raised his hand that was holding Rin's. This is what you call an open-minded date. Rin and Osaka's heartbeat sped up when she saw her hand holding Wu Yan's. Chapter 1476. The shops were lined up next to each other on both sides of the street. Today was not a holiday. Primary school students, junior high school students, and high school students all had to go to class. The most prosperous commercial street in Fuyuki City was not crowded with people early in the morning. Today, the weather was so good that there were more people going out. Even if there were no students, the commercial street in the city center was very lively. Moreover, the closer one was to the center of the shopping street, the more people there were. It was not to the point of shoulder to shoulder, but there were some places where one had to squeeze through. In such a lively commercial street, Wu Yan and Rin and Osaka were like an ordinary couple, holding hands and playing crazily. Wu Yan didn't know if Rin and Osaka didn't go to school or skipped class to come to his house. He didn't even ask if Rin and Osaka had any other purpose. He just took Rin and Osaka to walk around, as if he was really enjoying a date. Rin and Osaka seems to have reached an agreement with Wu Yan. She didn't say anything that would spoil the mood. She chatted with Wu Yan about their daily lives. Whenever she saw a shop that caught her eye, she would go inside. She's just like a normal girl. So normal that it's ridiculous. In such a situation, perhaps no one would have thought that the beautiful girl with 2 ponytails who was happily shopping was a magician. Perhaps the two of them chose to forget something that didn't need to appear at this moment. They turned into the most ordinary people, patronizing the shops and walking on the streets like the pedestrians around them. As time went by, Wu Yan, who was responsible for carrying things, had a variety of bags on his body. Even Rin and Osaka had a few bags in his hands. One could only imagine how many shops the two of them had visited. It was worth mentioning. Throughout the whole process, although the two of them didn't speak sweet words like ordinary couples, and even stuck together intimately, their hands were always tightly held. Except for when Rin to Saka went to buy clothes to try on, they didn't let go for a moment. So, this time they held hands. The two of them held hands for the whole morning until now. Truth be told, although the two of them did not say anything, they were both very surprised by this situation. Of course, the surprise was different. Wu Yan was surprised that Rin and Osaka didn't dislike holding hands with him. Coming out of the house. From the moment they held hands, Wu Yan thought that Rin and Osaka would shake off his hand soon, or even directly shake off his hand. But not only did Rin and Osaka not do that, she kept holding hands with him. Even after trying on clothes, she would immediately hold hands with him. And Rin and Osaka was surprised by her behavior. She was surprised that she kept holding hands with Wu Yan. She only knew. Every time she let go, she would subconsciously feel a little disappointed, and then she couldn't help but reach out and hold hands with Wu Yan again. This made Rin and Osaka very confused, and he couldn't understand it. After all, she only met Wu Yan a few days ago, and their positions were completely opposite. It was no wonder that Rin and Osaka was confused and surprised that she didn't reject Wu Yan's intimate contact. Maybe, Wu Yan's position in Rin's heart is different from other people's due to the fact that she had sex with him a couple of times. That's not for sure. Just like that. The whole morning had passed by. Phew! Rin and Osaka sat on a stone bench in the corner of a park with a fountain. She threw the bags in her hands to the side and said with a satisfied expression, "It's so comfortable." Of course it's comfortable. She also threw the bags in her hands on the bench. Wu Yan passed one of the 2 drinks to Rin and Osaka with an expressionless face. "You're using my money, of course it's comfortable." "It's comfortable using other people's money." Rin and Osaka wasn't embarrassed at all. She calmly drank her drink and glanced at Wu Yan. "Anyway, you were so straightforward when you paid the bill, and you didn't seem to feel any heartache when you spent the money. I'm sure you don't care about these things, right? You're quite observant." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "To me, money is just a number. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to waste money, I would have bought the entire Fuyuki city." "Buy Fuyuki city?" Rin and Osaka almost choked on her drink. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. "You're that rich?" "Yeah, unfortunately." Wu Yan shrugged. "I'm the nouveau riche you hate the most, although I don't have any intention of exploding." "Damn it!" Rin and Osaka clenched her teeth in frustration. "If I knew, I would have bought all the gems in the gem store." "You're quite generous when you're spending other people's money." Wu Yan sighed and looked at the fountain in front of them. "Well, now that we've gone shopping, arranged a meeting, bought some things, and spent most of our money, shouldn't you tell me why you're looking for me?" Rin and Osaka quietly looked at the fountain in front of him. She didn't say a word, her green eyes were emotionless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said these words. "Is there a reason why you're taking back your rank cards?" "Reason?" Wu Yan was slightly surprised. "I am here to retrieve the cards because of an important figure in the Magic Association's chronometer tower." Before Wu Yan could reply, Rin Tozaka explained his reason for coming here. He said that as long as Livia and I can bring back the 7 rank cards, he will accept us as his disciples. Even though it's not a dream to have that person as my master, it will be a great help to me. This is a rare opportunity. Rin and Osaka said seriously. "That's why I don't need the rank cards. I won't give it up no matter what, but if I can get it, I'll give it a shot." Wu Yan didn't say anything. He continued to look at the fountain in front of him. Rin and Osaka didn't say anything either. She just sat there without saying a word. "Actually,
I'm in the same boat as you.
Wu Yan helplessly said. To you, the job rank card is an opportunity for you to find a good teacher and embark on a good future. As for me, I don't have much need for the job rank card. It is only one of the factors that can give me a chance.
A chance? Rin and Osaka turned around and stared at Wu Yan.
Yes, a chance.
Wu Yan leaned back in his chair and looked at the sky.
He reached out his hand towards the sky as if he was trying to grab something.
He mumbled. A chance to reach the top. A chance to reach the top.
Rin and Osaka lowered his head and smiled bitterly.
It seems like we have the same reason for wanting the rank cards. That's why I'm the same as you.
I won't give up no matter what.
Wu Yan placed his hand behind his head.
But if I can get it, I'll give it a shot. That's true.
Rin and Osaka closed his eyes. Then, what if we don't give up the rank cards? What will you do?
Of course I'll take it.
What if we don't give it up?
Then I'll snatch it before you guys die.
Won't you kill us to get the rank cards? This time, it was Rin and Osaka's turn to frown. Are you going to say that you can't do it?
My instincts tell me that you're not that naive.
Then what kind of person do you think I am?
Unscrupulous in order to achieve my goal?
Wu Yan pursed his lips.
Perhaps if it was a group of people that I hate, I would have killed them directly. Unfortunately, all of you get along very well with me, so I really couldn't do it. You.
Rin and Osaka stared at Wu Yan in shock. After a while, he burst out laughing.
Don't think that we'll give up on the rank cards just because you said that. Of course.
Wu Yan smiled.
I said I'll take it.
Then I'll be waiting for you. Rin and Osaka's face brightened up. He picked up all the bags on the chair and stood up. Well then, I've achieved my goal.
It's time to go.
Rin and Osaka waved his hand.
All right, the two kids aren't in a good mood.
Rin and Osaka walked out of the park, leaving Wu Yan alone. He shook his head and laughed. Chapter 1477. Private Suechuan Academy. Elementary School. Ding dong. The bell signaling the end of class reverberated through every corridor, every corner, and every classroom. One by one, the teachers who were in the middle of class dropped their pleasantries and walked out of the classroom with their belongings. This allowed the elementary school students to welcome their favorite time after school. The classroom that was originally filled with silence was now filled with the innocent, lively, and cheerful cheers and clamor of children. The sound of tables and chairs colliding with each other was also heard. It was incomparably lively. To the children who were still in elementary school, after class, the most important daily activity apart from homework and study was to play. At the elementary school level, there weren't any club activities. Thus, every student happily packed up their belongings and walked out of the school in high spirits. In one of the classrooms, Ilya stood up from her seat. While packing her belongings, she placed them all into her school bag like an ordinary child. No one knew that such a small 10-year-old girl was actually a magical girl. However, those who were familiar with Ilya were able to tell that Ilya's ruby-like eyes seemed to have lost their luster today. No, it wasn't only Ilya. Sitting behind Ilya, Mei Yu was also packing her belongings. Her expression was as cold as ever. One could see from her orange pupils that had always displayed unswerving determination. At this moment, they seemed to have lost their luster. They couldn't be said to be gloomy. But, they were extremely depressed. In such a situation, the two beautiful little girls didn't seem to be in a good mood. At a glance, one could tell that they were in a bad mood. This caused the ruby and sapphire wands hidden in Ilya and Mei Yu's hair to tactfully remain silent. Generally speaking, elementary school students weren't that observant. Even if they noticed this atmosphere, they most likely wouldn't care about it. Because of this, the students of the two little girls walked out of the classroom without paying any attention to it. Only 4 little girls were left behind. One had long black hair that draped over her shoulders. One had 2 pink ponytails. One had a braid that hung down in front of her. The other had golden hair that looked like 2 rounded horns on top of his head. They were in this private Sui Kun Yuan primary school. She was the person who had the best relationship with Ilya and Mei Yu. As a result, the 4 of them didn't choose to return home immediately. Instead, they gathered nearby and looked at the depressed Ilya and Selena. At the same time, They looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes.
However, rather than saying that all four of them had their own worries, the four of them had their own worries.
Or rather, there were only 3 of them.
The remaining one looked like he was completely unaware of the situation.
He didn't know how to read the atmosphere and went forward.
Yo, Ilya.
The golden-haired little girl had a bright smile on her face as she fiercely patted Ilya's back like she was hitting a sandbag.
It's so slow today.
Usually, at this time, he would be running out of the classroom faster than anyone else. Why are you so slow today? Looks like he's not in the right state.
Wahahaha.
That idiot. Not far away, the other 3 little girls covered their eyes as they couldn't bear to look at it. They let out painful moans.
Longzi.
Ilya's breath was almost sucked out by this crazy girl called Longzi. At that moment, she couldn't care less about her mood.
She quickly blocked the other party's attack and forced out an extremely forced smile.
It's not bad to be like this once in a while.
No, no, no.
Longzi immediately shook her finger in disdain. You're definitely not in the right state.
PFFF.
Before Longzi could finish her sentence, a knife ruthlessly chopped at her head from behind, causing her to fall to the ground. Since you know that you're not in the right state, then don't join in the fun. The pink ponytail girl cruelly stepped on Longzi's body. Then, she acted as if nothing had happened. She scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Ilya. You know, this girl is crazy all day long. Don't mind her words.
It's fine.
That turtle. Ilya also acted as if she was used to it and shook her head. You're still not going home? Well, let's wait a little longer.
That turtle gave such an answer in a perfunctory manner.
Then she finally asked. You don't seem to be in the right state. Are you feeling unwell?
It's the same for Mei Yu. The girl with long black hair also walked over to Mei Yu, who was silently packing her things, and asked with concern.
If you're feeling unwell, we can accompany you to the health room. The teacher is also in the staff office. The girl with ponytails placed one hand on her waist and cast her gaze on Ilya and Mei Yu. Do you need me to call her over?
And no need. Ilya hurriedly waved her hands at each other.
I'm fine. Mimi, Finchua, don't worry. I'm fine too.
Mei Yu said indifferently without even raising her head.
Don't worry.
Is that so?
The 3 girls named that turtle, Mimi, and Finchua looked at each other and became silent. At the same time, Mei Yu also packed her things. She carried her school bag and walked out of the door. I'll go first.
Wait, Mei Yu.
Ilya also carried her school bag and followed after Mei Yu. Seeing Ilya and Mei Yu walking out of the classroom, the girls present all sighed.
What should we do?
The little girl named Mimi had a face full of worry. She doesn't look like she's fine at all.
Hiding something at such a young age.
Be careful not to lose all your hair when you grow up. That turtle crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the girl with ponytails. Finchua, do you want to follow them?
Let's not. Finchua first pondered for a moment.
Then, like a little adult, she shook her head. For the time being, let's leave them alone. After walking out of the classroom, Ilya and Mei Yu changed into their shoes at the shoe cabinet and walked toward the school gate. Along the way, the 2 of them did not speak. They lowered their heads and did not look at the road in front of them. They kept walking forward, causing the atmosphere between them to become extremely oppressive.
Perhaps because she was unable to endure this oppressive atmosphere, or perhaps because she was unable to suppress the confusion in her heart, Ilya was the first to speak.
Hey, Mei Yu.
Lowering her head and looking at the ground, Ilya's pair of red eyes were filled with struggle. Mei Yu, what do you think? Mei Yu's footsteps imperceptibly paused. However, she instantly recovered. She no longer looked at the ground. Instead, she raised her head and looked straight ahead. Mei Yu knew what Ilya meant when she said that.
However, it was precisely because she knew that Mei Yu could only reply with those words.
I also don't know.
Don't know.
Ilya's hand that was holding onto the strap of her school bag tightened. Her mood became even more downcast. Then what exactly should we do? Yu pondered for a moment. After a long time, she expressionlessly said the same words.
I don't know. Even Yu doesn't know?
Then, it seems that I won't be able to find the answer myself.
Ilya smiled weakly.
As expected, being a magical girl isn't something that can be done just because one wants to. It's so hard.
Yu glanced at Ilya from the corner of her eyes.
She took in Ilya's helpless expression into her eyes. You were only swept into this. It's Ruby's arbitrary decision that made you walk on this path. As for you, you don't want to be a magical girl either, right? After saying that, Yu looked forward again. A trace of determination appeared in her orange eyes. Ilya, if you don't want to fight, you can withdraw.
Withdraw.
Ilya's body froze on the spot. From the very beginning, you didn't choose to fight according to your own will. Yu also stopped her footsteps. She turned around and faced Ilya. Thus, even if you choose to withdraw, Ling and Luvia won't oppose it.
Ilya opened her mouth slightly.
However, she was unable to say anything. In the end, she squeezed out those words. Then what about Yu? Yu turned around again. She gave Ilya a view of her back. In a situation where Ilya couldn't see Yu's expression, she let her voice enter Ilya's ears.
I don't know.
After leaving those words, Yu continued to walk toward the door. However, right at this moment, a figure blocked Yu's path. So that's how it is. So, this is what it means to be in a bad mood. Hearing the voice, Yu and Ilya immediately raised their heads. When they saw the appearance of the person who came, they were startled and spoke in surprise. Brother Wu Yan? Big brother? Naturally, it's Wu Yan. Chapter 1478. Here. At the edge of the school field, Wu Yan held an ice cream in each hand and placed it in front of Ilya and Yu. I bought this from the outdoor cafe last time. Although it's not as good as the sundae you had last time, the taste is still top-notch. Thank you. The two girls sitting on the swing stretched out their hands somewhat cautiously and took the ice cream from Wu Yan's hand. They held it in their hands but did not intend to take a bite. They looked like they had a lot on their minds. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It's rare for me to find out the location of your school and come here to look for you. You don't seem to welcome me.
No.
It's not like that. Yu immediately shook her head. I just didn't expect Big Brother to come to our school. Ilya scratched the back of her head and asked suspiciously. But, why did Big Brother come to our school? I'm here to see you girls. Wu Yan squatted down in front of the two girls sitting on the swing and looked into their beautiful eyes. I just heard from a girl with 2 ponytails that the two of you are in a bad mood. So I came to see. Girl with 2 ponytails?
Yu was stunned.
Is it Rin?
Sister Rin.
Ilya muttered in bewilderment. You clearly said not to get closer to Big Brother, but you still went to look for Big Brother. Don't get closer to me. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I see. I can probably guess why the two of you are said to be in a bad mood. Hearing that, Ilya and Mayo's pretty face seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and sunk. I don't want to fight with Big Brother. Holding the ice cream in her hand tightly, Ilya said with a depressed expression. We are all friends. Why did it become like this?
Friends.
Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. So, you treat me as a friend? To be more precise, he should be an elder brother-like existence. Ilya carefully looked at Wu Yan. Could it be that this is just my wishful thinking?
Well, that's not what I meant.
Wu Yan quickly shook his head and reached out his hand to touch Ilya and Mayo's heads. It may be so for all of you, but for Miss Lin and that nouveau riche young lady, our position is completely opposite. There's no way to change this. So we have to fight Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes, unable to let go. She had a conflicted expression on her face. I don't understand. I really can't understand fighting over some cards or something. I really can't understand it. Seeing Ilya being so willful, both Wu Yan and Mei Yu didn't know what to say. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Unlike Mei Yu, who seemed to have an extraordinary identity, before Ilya met Ruby and became a magical girl, she had been living an ordinary life. He had always lived the life of an ordinary person. He didn't even know about the existence of magic in this world until he met Ruby. Compared to Mei Yu, Ilya was just an ordinary 10-year-old girl. For such a young girl, it was impossible for her to understand a real battle with a person who had once been friendly with her, saved her life, and advised her like a big brother. That was only natural. Not to mention Ilya, Mei Yu had always been a little repulsed by the fact that she had to fight with Wu Yan. From this, it could be seen that Wu Yan's position in the hearts of these two little girls was not ordinary. So, what does Mei Yu think? Seeing Ilya throwing a tantrum, Wu Yan turned his head and met Mei Yu's eyes. You also think that you can't fight with me? Wuxia took me in. I also promised to take care of her daily life and help her retrieve her cards. Mei Yu couldn't help but look away and bit her lips. So, if Wuxia wants to fight with me, I will fight. Mei Yu. Ilya looked at Mei Yu in disbelief. You really want to fight, big brother? I don't. Mei Yu raised her voice slightly and then lowered it again. But if there is no way to avoid fighting, then I will choose to fight. Why is this? Ilya couldn't hide her wavering. Must I fight big brother in order to get those cards? Isn't that strange? But... Okay. Calm down first. Seeing that Ilya and Mei Yu's conversation was getting more and more agitated, Wu Yan's hand that was rubbing their heads exerted force and stood up. He walked to another swing and sat down. Wu Yan crossed his hands behind his head and looked at the sky with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the battle between us would bring you so much trouble. I didn't think it through. Ilya and Mei Yu turned their heads and looked at Wu Yan. As for me, I don't know how long it has been since I seem to have been fighting all the time. As time passed, I started to treat fighting as a normal thing and forgot how heavy the word fighting is to two 10-year-old girls. Wu Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. Plus, I've already decided that even if I have to fight with you, I won't do anything to you. In the end, I treated the battle with you as a transition. I didn't consider your feelings at all. Today, if I didn't come here to see you because of Rin and Osaka's words, perhaps I would still be heartless. Rin and Osaka and I have a reason to get those class cards. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he was talking to himself. This reason may not be worth mentioning to you, but to us, although we can't say that we can't give up, we can't just ignore it. Plus, our standpoints are different. So, even if we're familiar with each other and have a good relationship, we still can't avoid a battle. Mei Yu lowered her eyes as if she couldn't bear to see Wu Yan's current expression. Ilya looked like she still couldn't let go of this matter. Why? That's because. Wu Yan chuckled. Since it's something you need, wouldn't you feel unsatisfied if you don't fight for it? Ilya and Mei Yu were stunned on the spot. Battle is just a method. It sounds hard to understand, but if you think about it carefully, we won't kill you. You'll also be merciful. Both of you know this clearly, so why are you afraid of battle? Speaking until here, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were imprinted in Ilya and Mei Yu's eyes. The deep color almost made them lose their minds. I think Rin and Osaka must not want to leave any regrets and let us rely on our own abilities to make them hand over the class cards willingly. That's why she chose to battle. It's the same for us. Once we lose to you, we'll hand over the class cards willingly. As if wanting to dispel the haze in the hearts of the two little girls, Wu Yan's voice began to become stronger. By that time, the so-called standpoints will no longer exist. We'll still be friends. That's right. It's just to not let the loser have any regrets. Not to have any regrets. Ilya and Mei Yu murmured as if they were sleep-talking. Not all battles are as scary as you think, and not all battles have to have one side fall. We're just like that. Our goal is only to obtain the class cards. Once we've obtained the class cards, there's no need to continue the battle. Therefore, instead of saying it's a battle, it's better to say it's a competition using battle as a method. Wu Yan stood up and came in front of the two girls again. He squatted down and a gentle smile appeared on his face.
If you're really worried, how about we go out and play together after the battle?
Let's go together.
Ilya and Mei Yu were suddenly enlightened. That's right. It's not a battle where the loser has to fall to win, is it? The goal is just to obtain the class cards, isn't it? There's nothing to be afraid of in a battle like this, right?
Ilya. Mei Yu.
Seeing the two girls' expressions brighten up, Wu Yan extended his finger. Promise me that neither side will have any regrets, okay? Big brother, brother Wu Yan. Ilya and Mayo's eyes became bright again. They nodded, extended their hands and hooked their fingers with Wu Yan's.
Yes, we won't have any regrets.
Under the setting sun, the three of them gradually elongated. Their laughter echoed in the field. Chapter 1479. Eiderfeld Family. Living Room. At the head of the table in the living room, Rin Enbin crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked straight ahead with his green eyes. Over there, Ilya and Mio stood side by side. They raised their heads and met Rin Enbin's gaze. Their eyes and faces were no longer gloomy and gloomy. The only thing they have now is willpower that even Rin and Osaka was shocked by. It was like a flame that was slowly burning. Ilya and Mei Yu looked at each other like this for an unknown amount of time. After a long time, a happy smile appeared on Rin Enbin's face.
Good eyes.
Looks like you two are fine now.
Yes.
Ilya forcefully nodded without any hesitation. Because we promised each other that we won't leave any regrets.
I can fight now.
Mio looked at Rin and Osaka without changing her expression.
I will fight with my full strength.
Very good. Rin and Osaka's lips curled up in satisfaction. His beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If that's the case, I can try my best to fight for it. Let's thank that gentleman first. By the side, Luvia, who was drinking a cup of black tea, also closed her eyes as she muttered softly. Although we are on different sides, he is indeed a person that we can't hate. Mio, fight with your full strength.
Yes.
Mio replied. Rin and Osaka and Luvia were happy but helpless at the same time. In the end, the enemy they are about to face helped them and allowed them to fight with their full strength without any worries. Two little magical girls won't hold any grudges against him. This is indeed an ironic thing. However, it was just as Luvia had said. No one present could hate such an enemy. In that case, let's temporarily seal away our unnecessary feelings. Rin Enbin clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He made a serious declaration. Until the end of the battle, we can only treat them as enemies.
Is that okay?
Yes. Understood. Elia and Mio replied. However, even if we treat him as a true enemy, there is still no way we can fight against him. Luvia put down the cup of black tea in her hand with a solemn expression. Whether it's the tea-haired girl with lightning or the girl with swordsmanship, their strength is unquestionable. They are definitely on par with the association's frontline combat experts. If it's just us. No, even if we ask the association for help, we might not be able to defeat them. That's not the biggest problem, at least. At least, those two girls have revealed their abilities. If they didn't hide anything, we might have a way to counter their abilities. Rin and Osaka sighed. But that man will be troublesome. You're right. Luvia clicked her tongue. Magic, martial arts, close combat, long-range combat. That man is proficient in all of them. He has no weakness in any of them. Also, he has enough noble phantoms to fill up an entire armory. Even heroic spirits like Saber and Berserker were defeated by him. There's no way we can come up with a strategy to deal with him. The magic they're using doesn't seem to belong to any system we know of. Sapphire, who was hovering in the air, spoke up. That day, the magic that the other party used to fight against the full-powered attack of the Saber relic is a magic that I've never seen or heard of before. The worst-case scenario is that the other party might still have other powerful tactics hidden up his sleeves. If it's just magic, then it's fine. Ruby floated in the air helplessly. Don't forget about the white flame that can burn time. That might be a magic ability. Now that you've analyzed it, Mio shook her head in shock. Wu Yan, Aizen really is a ridiculously strong person. Doesn't that mean we have no chance of winning? Ilya started to seriously consider their chances of winning. We can't fight against Big Brother. The difference in strength is too big. That's why we need to hold a meeting here. Luvia shook her head. What we can be sure of is that if we don't think of a way to deal with that man, we won't be able to win. We definitely can't get the grade card. He's an all-rounder who can deal with any situation. It's not good for us to fight a protracted battle. That's why if we want to win this card battle, we have to decide the winner in a short time. It's best if we focus all of our firepower on the first surprise attack. We have to finish him off with the first shot. Rin and Osaka said in a threatening manner. Then he slumped his shoulders. That may be the case, but our means are also very limited. After saying that, Rin Tozaka looked at Ilya and Mio. Can the cards you two have on hand be of any use? Yes. Archer won't work. Ilya smiled helplessly. We only have a bow and no arrows. Although we can use other things to replace the arrows and the power of the bow is great, it's nothing compared to the magic that Big Brother used the other day. I think it's almost useless. If it's a caster, it's also very limited. Meiyu replied. It might be useful in certain situations, but Brother Wu Yen'ai has so many tricks up his sleeves. Even if it works, he won't be able to use it again. On the other hand, the opponent has 5 cards: Saber, Berserker, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin. Sapphire's tone gradually turned serious. Even though I don't know what the specific functions of these cards are, but the power of the holy sword that appears from the limited deployment of the saber is astonishingly powerful, and the Lancer's ability is so terrifying that it can kill in one shot. Compared to our side, their conditions are much better. Moreover, it's the kind of monster that can purely rely on magic as a medium to perform limited expansion. It's a monster that has no time limit when it uses materialized treasures. Ruby Future spread out her hands worriedly. Seriously, this is simply cheating. It's reliable if we're on the same side, but as an opponent, it's too disadvantageous. Although Mio said that, she had a look of admiration on her face. Brother Wu Yan is really amazing. Now is not the time for you to admire him. Rin and Osaka held his forehead as if he had a headache. It would be great if we know when the opponent will attack. Maybe we can come up with some tactics. If it's this. Ilya took out an envelope from her pocket. There might be something in here. Something in here? Rin and Osaka and Luvia were slightly taken aback as they looked at the envelope. What is this? Ilya and Mio exchanged glances and answered in unison. A letter of challenge. A letter of challenge. Luvia was shocked. Rin and Osaka quickly reached out his hand. Let me see. Rin and Osaka took the letter of challenge from Ilya and opened it. He took out a piece of paper from the envelope and read it together with Luvia. Not long after, the two of them raised their heads from the paper and looked at each other. Their faces showed an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Ilya involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What did it say? It's just like what you said. Rin and Osaka placed the paper on the table. It's a letter of challenge. At the scene, all eyes were focused on the paper spread out on the table. There were no passionate words written on it. It was just a simple line of words. Tonight. Midnight. I can confirm the time. Luvia stood up with a stern look in her eyes. Tonight at midnight, the other party will come to our door in person to carry out this card battle. We don't have much time left. Rin and Osaka glanced at the setting sun outside the window, then looked at everyone present. Before the opponent comes to us, we must come up with a strategy. Tonight is the time to decide the winner. Hearing this, each of the girls revealed a resolute expression. One thing is for sure, tonight will be a long night. Chapter 1480. A pure black color gradually covered the sky. Stars broke through the night sky and twinkled in the night sky. The temperature of the night gradually dropped. The starry sky was exceptionally clear, like fine tears or pearls, sprinkling in the sky. The night sky was clear, the stars were densely embedded in the dark night sky, the little dots of light fused into a faint light. It's not as bright as the sun during the day, nor as cold as the moon, but it's extremely dazzling, bringing a rare tranquility to the night sky.
The bright moon above the starry sky was very dazzling. In such a night, people would not think about those sorrowful things in the daytime for the time being. It was very suitable for people to enjoy fragrant tea or coffee and watch the night sky quietly. It's a quiet night. Standing on the balcony, Wu Yan raised his head, his wine-red eyes stared at the starry night sky. From time to time, waves of ripples would appear in his eyes. It's very eye-catching against the night sky. Wu Yan is a true ancestor of vampires. Although he can't reveal his true self only at night, his unique temperament is unique to a true ancestor. Only at night can he reveal his true self to the fullest. Come to think of it, if there was an outsider watching from the sidelines, their attention would be completely taken away by the mysterious aura surrounding Wu Yan. Looking at the night sky that can reveal his true self to the fullest, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have returned to that world. That world where he lived for 3 years, where he had a wife and a daughter. Sword Art Online. Abbreviated to SAO. In SAO's world, except for the players themselves, everything else is constructed from fake data. Even Wu Yan and Asuna's youngest daughter, Yui. Yui was also born in that world. She's originally a fake life form. However, because it's a constructed world, it's a fake world. So, even if the environment there is beautiful, it's still beautiful. There's nothing strange about it. The night sky of SAO is one of the most beautiful settings in the world. The night sky of SAO is filled with stars every night. It's enough to make the night sky as bright as day. Enough to form the Milky Way. Compared to SAO's night sky, the night sky of the real world pales in comparison. The same goes for the night sky in front of him. Although it's filled with stars, it's still not as beautiful as the night sky of the artificial world. However, the night sky in front of him, Wu Yan saw the shadow of So's night sky. His thoughts unknowingly returned to that world. His wife and daughter sighed. Asuna. Yui. Wu Yan couldn't help but call out the name that was deeply engraved in his heart. His voice echoed in the cold night sky. However, this call that should not have received a response instead attracted 2 other voices. Asuna? Yui? Yui. Wu Yan quivered and snapped out of his daze. When he saw that it was Hinajuku and Mikoto who spoke, he rubbed his chest and rolled his eyes at the 2 girls. Don't you know that you can scare someone to death? You're a primogenitor. You can revive even if you die. Yui stared at Wu Yan with her tea-colored eyes. If that's the case, who are Asuna and Yui? If it was in the past, Wu Yan would have laughed and brushed it off. But today, his memories were evoked, and he only gave Hinajuku and Mikoto a gentle smile. He reached out and pulled the 2 girls into his arms. Well, you 2 will meet again in the future. What are you doing? Being hugged by Wu Yan, the 2 tsundere girls blushed and they started putting up a symbolic struggle. Let go of me already. It's not like you'll die from a hug. Wu Yan teased. Not only did he not let go, he hugged the 2 slender girls even tighter. Hinajuku and Mikoto almost couldn't breathe properly, but they also felt a suffocating sense of happiness. Knowing Wu Yan, the 2 girls knew that once Wu Yan decided to act shamelessly, there's nothing they can do about it. Looking at Wu Yan's expression, it doesn't look like he's going to let them go anytime soon. Thus, with a blushing face, they gave up struggling and snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. The wind once again blew across the balcony, gently fluttering the clothes and hair of the man and 2 women who were hugging each other. It also caused a sense of warmth to rise from the 3 of them. Wu Yan glanced at Hinajuku and Mikoto's stomachs and he asked. Maybe it's because he's thinking about his wife and children in SAO. By the way, why aren't you 2 pregnant with my child? Ha! Kid. Child. His sudden question made Hinajuku and Mikoto stunned on the spot. Then like a steam explosion with a bang sound, their faces turned from a faint red to a bright red. Why did you suddenly say such immoral things over there? Hinajuku's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Her eyes were full of shame and anger. Who would be pregnant with your child? That's right. Mikoto's ears turned red. She looked like she's going to faint at any moment. She glared at Wu Yan. What child? I don't want that. You don't want a child? This time, Wu Yan is the one who is stunned. You don't want a child? No. The 2 girls answered in such a way, but looking at their stuttering and drifting eyes, their hands couldn't help but caress their stomachs, No matter how one looked at it, the answer didn't seem to be what they said. Then again. Not pregnant. That doesn't mean it's our relationship.
Mikoto's face turned red, she said in a huff.
The other sisters aren't pregnant as well.
Yeah. Hinagiku agreed with Mikoto before looking at Wu Yen suspiciously.
It can't be.
Oh?
Hearing Mikoto's words and seeing Chuju's suspicious look, Wu Yen knew what they were trying to say.
Are you doubting my ability? At that moment, the hands on Chuju and Mikoto started moving around restlessly.
Wu Yen looked at the two girls with a heated gaze.
Do you need me to prove it?
Why, you're a true ancestor who only knows how to think about random things.
Hinagiku pressed down on Wu Yan's hand. She's both embarrassed and annoyed.
Behave yourself. Don't do anything stupid.
Mikoto's heroic voice started to turn soft like a mosquito's buzz.
There's a battle tonight, don't mess around.
True. Wu Yen regretfully stopped what he was doing and looked at the direction of Fuyuki City.
There's a battle tonight. Hinagiku and Mikoto let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Wu Yen is no longer up to mischief.
However, they are also a bit disappointed. What are you going to do tonight? To hide her disappointment, Chuju changed the topic and followed Wu Yan's gaze.
With your personality, I don't think you'll really fight them, right?
No.
Wu Yen shook his head without hesitation.
I'll go easy on them, but I'll still fight.
I feel like it's a little unfair.
Mikoto pursed her lips.
Not only is their strength completely incomparable to ours, two of them are children while the other two are girls.
In the end, we still went to look for them.
It's really uncomfortable. Don't forget, you two are girls too. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Plus, you're both younger than Rin and Osaka and Luvia, so there's nothing unfair about it. Don't underestimate them or you'll be at a disadvantage.
You're right. Chuju nodded in agreement.
Rin and Osaka doesn't look like the type to admit defeat, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of tricks up his sleeves to deal with us.
Yeah.
We'll also intrude into their territory.
Mikoto relaxed a little.
Well, we've already gone easy on them. Don't think that only Rin and Osaka and Luvia are a threat.
Wu Yen smiled meaningfully.
Those two girls aren't easy to deal with either. Both Hinagiku and Mikoto were startled and tilted their heads in confusion.
Well, Wu Yen didn't explain as he looked straight ahead.
I just hope that both sides won't have any regrets. That's what I promised those two girls.
Chapter 1481. Midnight quietly arrived. Every household's lights went off.
Aside from the street lamps that are still working, looking down from the sky above Fuyuki City, the entire city is almost devoid of light. Everything has sunk into the darkness of the night and returned to tranquility. For the ordinary residents of Fuyuki City, this tranquility is nothing more than an extremely ordinary part of their daily life.
It's not worth remembering.
However, for the people who are about to participate in a battle tonight, this tranquility is only the calm before the storm. On the side of a certain residential street, the Eiderfelt family's mansion is still brightly lit. The entire luxurious mansion seems to be embellished with bits of light. It's exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. It's also venting the impending tension and unrest. In the main hall on the ground floor, the chandelier on the ceiling is slowly pouring down soft light, illuminating every corner of the place. Four young ladies of varying sizes were standing in the corridor at the top of the stairs in front of them. They were staring in the direction of the door. Their solemn expressions caused a deep oppressive feeling to permeate the air. Today, Rin and Osaka is not wearing her iconic red short skirt. Instead, she's wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of hot pants. She's wearing a red jacket. She looks a lot more serious than before. It's easy to see how serious she is today. Luvia is wearing a white one-piece dress. There are some laces on her dress. Compared to Rin and Osaka's light clothing, Luvia is more focused on her image. She looks like a rich young lady who's about to go on an inspection tour. However, her face also revealed a grave expression. As for Elia and Mio, they're naturally unable to change their magical girl attire. One red and one blue. Coupled with the wing-like cape, the two magical girls look like two little fairies. They're exceptionally cute. Of course, This is only for today. No one will really care about these beautiful and cute outfits. Although their opponents this time aren't heroic spirits who don't know how to appreciate their attire, what they're about to do is definitely something that no one will be in the mood to appreciate. The main hall is completely silent. Ilya and Mei Yu gripped their wands tightly. Their expressions were indescribably serious. Amidst this oppressive silence, Irene and Mei Yu felt a chill down their spine. They're silently waiting. Wuxia opened her pocket watch and glanced at the time. 1 more minute. This short sentence instantly raised the hearts of everyone present. 1 minute. Rin Enbin clenched his fists and wiped the sweat off his palms as he said nervously. Bring out 120% of your attention. The opponent this time is definitely the most powerful one so far. It's not something that can be dealt with just by showing mercy. Remember to give it your all. Full power. Ilya and Mei Yu hesitated for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, they nodded vigorously. Just as Rin Enbin had said, the other party was definitely not someone they could deal with even if they showed mercy. If they didn't use their full strength and went easy on him, they would only lose miserably when the time came. Furthermore, with Wu Yan's strength, the group of girls did not think that they would be able to endanger his life even if they used their full strength. Injuring him was already their limit. Therefore, he could not be merciful, and there was no need to be merciful. Just give it your all. Leaving time. Wuxia stared at the pocket watch in her hand. 5 more seconds. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and tensed up his body. 4. Ilya held her wand tightly and gathered all her energy. 3. A sharp look appeared in Mei Yu's clear eyes. 2. In the space below, a ripple invisible to the naked eye gradually appeared. 1. The ripple spread out and turned into a hazy halo like raindrops. It was like a dazzling mist. 0. As the countdown ended, the fog that filled the space was still there. 3 silhouettes appeared without a single sound or presence. Brown shoulder-length hair, brown irises, orange jacket, denim shorts, heroic spirit soaring. Long pink hair, yellow-green pupils, a white dress, a red jacket. Valiant and heroic. Black hair, red eyes, black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. Imposing aura. Without any warning, a man and 2 women stood in a triangular formation and silently appeared under the chandelier, exposing themselves to Rin Enbin, Wuxia, Ilya, and Mio. One side raised their head while the other lowered their head. The 2 sides looked at each other with different expressions. Rin Enbin, Wuxia, Ilya, and Mei Yu had serious expressions. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were calm. As soon as they met, it was clear who had the upper hand. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the 4 girls standing in a row at the top of the stairs. I'm not late, right? Not only are you not late, you're very punctual. Rin Enbin replied with a smile. However, there was no humor in that smile. So punctual that we want to complain. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged and looked around. I feel that all of you have made ample preparations. That's right. A crystal-clear gem appeared between Wuxia's fingers. In order to entertain our guests. Sign. After chanting the incantation, Wuxia abruptly threw the gemstone in her hand. The gemstone gently fell to the ground and hit the ground. Ding! In the next second, the gem shined brightly and drilled into the ground. Bzzz. A huge geometrical pattern suddenly expanded from the floor, instantly covering the entire hall and even the entire mansion. It spread all the way to the courtyard before disappearing with a spin. However, the disappearance of the magic formation didn't mean it didn't work. Both Wu Yan and Mikoto could feel some sort of power within their bodies being restricted. This is... Mikoto, who was standing a step behind Wu Yan, slightly frowned. She raised her hand and a weak electric current started flickering on her hand as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Looking at this scene, Mikoto's frown deepened. Electricity. Is restricted? Electricity. It's not just electricity. Rin Enbin also took out a gem and threw it. Set, start. Suddenly, the beautiful gem turned into a stream of light and shot out, landing on the ceiling above everyone's head. It exploded, scattering a light belt made of pink particles, spreading in the air. Not long after, it enveloped the entire scene. HM? This time, it was Chuju's turn to be confused. The crystal sword in her hand, white cherry, trembled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Hinajuku gasped in shock. It's so heavy. If one looked closely, they would see pink particles wrapped around Chuju's white cherry. It's like a chain between tangible and intangible. It's tightly bound to Chuju's white cherry. It's even moving slowly. Come to think of it, the main culprit behind Hinajuku's white cherry blossoms must be these pink particles. Mikoto's electric current is severely restricted. Chuju's weapon is in a state where it can't be used. Just like that, the two girls' strengths were sealed by the other party. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Rin Enbin and Luvia with a smile. Looks like you two are well prepared. Useful information must be utilized. This is the foundation of battle. Luvia combed her long blonde hair elegantly. This is a magic effect directly activated by a magic formation carved out of the earth veins. The two of us spent a total of 5 hours to set it up. Unless you completely erase this terrain, the two beside you won't be able to use their abilities and weapons anymore. This effect will only last until dawn, so you can also stall for time until dawn. Rin Enbin shrugged, but his gaze shifted to the ground without anyone noticing. Looking at Mikoto and Hinajuku, who was struggling to lift her crystal sword, Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth in his heart. Wu Yan's trio didn't know that Rin Enbin and Luvia set up this barrier to seal off the electric current and weapons. However, Mikoto was still able to send out a small amount of electricity. Hinajuku looked like she was having a hard time, but she was still able to wield her white cherry. These two young girls are monsters as well. Chapter 1482. Using the ley lines to draw a magic formation? Wu Yan looked at Rin Enbin as if he remembered something. I see. I almost forgot that Fuyuki City is under the jurisdiction of House Enbin. The so-called ley lines are the veins of the earth. Just like the human body has veins, the earth has its own veins. These veins are called ley lines. In this world, everything that could be called a ley line was connected to the source of endless mana. Therefore, the channels of the ley lines flowed with an unimaginable amount of mana. Due to the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins, it would definitely bring endless benefits to a magician or even a family of magicians. However, if there was a problem with the veins, it would also bring about a huge disaster. Because of this reason, those places where there were earth veins would generally be under the jurisdiction of a magician family. That was to say, they would look after the earth veins and maintain the normal operation of the earth veins so as not to bring a huge disaster to those places where there were earth veins. Under this premise, the magic families in charge of managing the land veins could freely use the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins as a reward for managing the land veins. There is such a ley line under Fuyuki City. The Magus family in charge of Fuyuki City is the House Enbin. Whether it is investigating, using, or managing ley lines, only the Magus family in charge of the ley lines has the means to do so. Rin Enosaka used his status as the manager of the Enosaka family's land veins to borrow the mana of the land veins. Then he used it on the magic formation to create a barrier that can stop Mikoto's electric attack and Hinajuku's weapon. But that's all he can do. It restricts the electric shock and also restricts the opponent's weapon. But you didn't restrict the mana. Wu Yan raised one of his hands. A whirlwind of mana appeared on his hand. It glowed and illuminated Wu Yan's smirk. That's not surprising. Once your magic power is restricted, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to use your magic power. In this kind of situation, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to do anything. I don't seem to be affected at all. So, Rin Enosaka and Luvia both tensed up as they picked up the gems one by one. Next, we will attack you with all our might. After he finished speaking, the two gems flew up into the sky at the same time. Bzzz. As mana gushed out of the two gems, a dazzling light burst out. The entire hall was lit up like the center of the sun. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's vision were blocked. Careful. Chuju and Mikoto covered their eyes with their hands and jumped back. Snipe.
Fire!
The next moment, Wu Yan and Ko heard a delicate shout. Two magic beams, one red and one blue, pierced through the white space and shot towards them from the left and right. The target is Mikoto, who was the slowest. Boom, Mikoto's vision is completely blocked. Two magical beams mercilessly landed on Mikoto's body and exploded, creating a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire hall. In midair, Elia and Mikoto revealed a nervous expression. Did it work?
How could it be that easy?
However, the one who replied was a charming voice filled with heroic spirit as usual, causing Ilya and Mayo's nervous expressions to freeze on their faces.
Elia, Mayu-sama.
Dat. At this moment, the ruby and sapphire wands shouted. The two magical girls panicked. They subconsciously followed their instructions and dodged. Almost at the same time, countless black afterimages suddenly shot out from the center of the white hall that was covered by the dazzling light. Carrying sharp whistling sounds, they brushed past Ilya and Mayo's bodies. Without losing any of its momentum, it shot forward and landed on the ceiling.
Bam!
In an instant, smoke and dust exploded, covering the ceiling that was shot. The ceiling was blown up without any suspense. A corner of the night sky was projected in. Seeing this, Elia and Mikoto's heart palpitated. They looked down at the center of the blinding light. Coincidentally, the blinding light dimmed down and revealed the scene inside. The two magical girls were able to see the original form of the object that almost hit them. Those were extremely fine black particles that could form a wave. Mikoto, who was hit by the magical beams of the two magical girls, stood there unscathed. She turned sideways and stared at the two magical girls with her tea-colored eyes. Around Mikoto, a wave of iron sand was rolling. Like a real wave, it was constantly changing its shape. It was this wave of iron sand that blocked Elia and Mikoto's attack. I'm sorry to tell you that my ability isn't purely for the use of electricity.
Mikoto raised one of her hands and aimed it at Elia and Mikoto.
I can also control electromagnetic waves and sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves. I can also act as a radar. That's why those flashbangs are useless against me. I can also control electromagnetic force and gather the iron sand in the soil. Then, I can use magnetic force to make them move according to my will. Sealing my ability to generate electricity doesn't mean that I've lost my ability to fight. After saying that, Mikoto's hand that was aimed at Elia and Mikoto flickered with faint blue and white lightning. The iron sand swirling around him surged out and violently swung in the air, turning into black whip shadows. Whistling sounds could be heard as they ruthlessly whipped toward Ilya and Mayu. Physical defense fully activated. Elia and Mikoto were alarmed. They raised the wands in their hands and converted all of the magic power provided by the wands into physical defense. That was all she had time to do before the whizzing shadow of the whip struck the bodies of the two magical girls. Bam! Bam! Two consecutive heavy impact sounds reverberated in the air. Ilya and Mayo's small bodies were knocked down as if they were hit by a wall. They heavily smashed into the ground, smashing out two pits.
Elia! Mikoto!
Rin and Osaka and Luvia involuntarily took a step forward and grabbed the gemstones in their hands, intending to support them. Suddenly, several purple magic circles rippled in the air and surrounded Rin and Osaka and Luvia.
Oh no!
Rin and Osaka and Luvia's pretty face changed dramatically. Immediately, purple glowing chains shot out from the magic circles surrounding the two magical girls. Like arrows, they spun in the air and formed a circle around Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Then, they suddenly tightened. Before Rin Enbin and Luvia could even see the shadow of the purple chains, the chains had already coiled around their slender bodies. When they finally reacted, they could already feel the chains tightening around their bodies. They were tightly bound by the chains of discipline.
Humph!
With their bodies tightly bound, Rin and Osaka and Luvia let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then, the commandment lock tightened and pulled the two magical girls up and hung them in the air.
Rinjejia!
Rinjejia Luvia. Elia and Mikoto, who were struggling to get up from the two craters on the ground, saw this scene clearly and their faces changed. Only about a minute had passed since the start of the battle. In a short minute, Rin and Osaka and Livia were captured while Elia and Makoto were knocked to the ground. Although Rin and Osaka and Livia didn't suffer any injuries, they were bound by the divine commandment lock. With their abilities, they definitely won't be able to break free. It was the same as losing the battle. Elia and Makoto didn't suffer much damage because they activated the physical defense of their wands. However, they were still dizzy from the impact and couldn't get up. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Damn it! Rin and Osaka and Livia started to struggle unwillingly. I think the two of you should save your strength. In the middle of the hall, Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Makoto maintained a triangular formation. None of them were injured. Not even their clothes were messed up in the slightest. Their expressions were as calm as ever. Wu Yan glanced at the struggling Rin and Osaka and Livia, who were hanging in the air and sighed. Although that chain isn't a relic, it's a legendary weapon forged by God. The two of you won't be able to break free with your strength. All right. Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka and the others. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1483. Hand over your rank card. The entire place was dead silent. Whether it's Iria, Mio who are still struggling to get up from the hole or Rin Enbin and Livia who are still struggling against the discipline lock, all of them had a serious expression on their face. The gap between them is just too big. Putting aside the difference in strength, Rin Enbin had even used the earth vein to restrain the two enemies, but in the end, he had miscalculated. First of all, when they tried to use the flash to block Wu Yan's vision, they chose the wrong target to attack. They miscalculated Makoto's ability. Makoto's ability isn't limited to just electricity. She's also capable of controlling electromagnetic waves and electromagnetic force. With the ability to control electromagnetic waves and radar, the flash didn't work at all. Other than that, after her electricity was restricted, Makoto can still rely on her electromagnetic force to control the iron sand to fight. Even though her strength is restricted, she still has a decent amount of strength. These two reasons caused the battle to tilt towards Wu Yan's side in less than a minute. Rin Enbin and the others are in a predicament. Actually, Rin Enbin and the others have seen Makoto use iron sand to fight before. During the battle with the Berserker, Makoto used iron sand to fight as well. However, at that time, the Berserker had already developed resistance against Makoto's iron sand due to the 12 trials. The iron sand's effect was almost negligible. Therefore, Rin Enbin and Livia thought that it was just a normal method to contain the Berserker's strength. That's how the battle started to tilt, of course. The battle has just begun, it's too early to call it a day. Livia struggled to raise her hand. Her eyes sharpened. Sign. She didn't throw out any gems nor did she use any magic. Instead, she chanted the incantation to release the gems. In the next moment, the area where Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto were standing suddenly lit up like stars. With a shake, a belt of light formed by particles gushed out. The three of them were trapped in the center. Wu Yan and Ko didn't expect something like this to happen. They raised their heads in surprise but very quickly, their heads seemed to have become heavier as they sunk back down. Invisible shackle wedge. A magic formation rippled out from the ground where the three of them were standing. Then, it split into 4 other magic formations. They surrounded the 4 corners of the building, forming a square formation. Then, with the square formation as the center, the light ribbons formed by the particles started spinning like rings of light, turning into a black pillar of light that trapped Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Makoto inside. At the same time, a heavy pressure like Mount Tai came down on them. This caught Hinajaku and Makoto off guard. Their physical abilities weren't that outstanding, and they felt a weight on their shoulders. Their delicate bodies suddenly became incomparably heavy, and they fell to one knee on the ground. This is Chuju and Makoto, their eyes. A gravity-binding magic formation? Wu Yan resisted the gravity from all directions while looking around the magic formation. Did they bury the gems in the ground beforehand? Even if there's electromagnetic waves, they can't find the gems buried in the ground, right? Rin and Osaka tried his best to free up a hand and tossed out a gem. Set, start. The gem fell to the ground. With a roll, it rolled into the inner part of the invisible shackle. Like a bomb, its whole body shone brightly and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Amidst the explosion, Flames and dust engulfed the invisible shackle as well as Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto.
Now!
Rin and Osaka shouted.
Fire!
Scatter! Ilya and Mikoto, who were still lying in the hole, gave up on recovering from the dizziness. They focused on their vision and raised their wands. They aimed at the center of the fire and smoke. Then, a ring of runes began to undulate from the two wands. The runes slid to the top of the wands and turned into powerful magic cannonballs. They shot into the fire and smoke like an avalanche. Bam 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 bam. Pink and blue magic cannonballs mixed together and randomly shot into the center of the fire and smoke. Sounds of explosions resounded from the inside, and the wind from the impact blew out from the inside. The ground shook slightly, and the fire and smoke became more vigorous. Almost every mana bullet that Elia and Mayu used was like a real bomb that was constantly thrown into the center of the flames. Explosions rang out incessantly and the ground shook more and more frequently. The black smoke screen had already spread to the entire hall like a thundercloud, stirring up streaks of mana lightning within. After a long time, the shooting stopped.
Huff, huff.
Ilya and Mikoto stood up from the hole and panted heavily.
TSK.
Rin and Osaka tried to struggle again, but he couldn't break free from the chains around him. He looked at the smoke with his green eyes and clenched his teeth. Let's hope it's effective. It should have to take effect. Luvia's pretty face was solemn. If it doesn't work this time, the two of us won't be able to help anymore. The two young misses from the magic families have used up all their gems. Since they are bound by the discipline lock, they won't be able to retrieve their gems, so they won't be able to use them. If they can't deal any damage to the enemy this time, they can only continue to be bound and act as bystanders. With so many magic cannonballs, even if that tea-haired girl uses her iron sand control ability to form a defense, she can't keep defending, right? Rin and Osaka didn't answer Luvia's question. He continued to look at the smoke. Under the gazes of Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya and Mikoto, the smoke that filled the surroundings gradually dispersed. That is, when the four of them saw the situation inside, their pupils of different colors shrunk at the same time. The originally glossy and beautiful floor had been completely razed to the ground, exposing the ground under the floor. Moreover, it was bumpy and extremely messy. Black smoke and flames were everywhere, as if the scene after a fire. In the middle of the charred land, in the center of the black smoke, pitch-black giant swords were inserted into the ground, forming a square wall of swords, which was also emitting black smoke. Within the wall of black swords, Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto are still standing there unscathed. Even the ground they are standing on is still intact, it didn't get razed to the ground. How could this be? Luvia's eyes were filled with intense turbulence. Her face was filled with shock. Could it be that the tea-haired girl's iron sand can block so many magic cannonballs?
No.
That's not the tea-haired girl's iron sand. Rin and Osaka's face turned pale. That's that man's noble phantasm.
That's right.
The pitch-black huge swords sank into the ground and were absorbed by the crimson ripples. Wu Yan walked out with Chuju and Mikoto. His eyes were indifferent. It's my noble phantasm that blocked the magic cannonballs. It didn't even cause any damage? A drop of sweat slid down Ilya's cheek. How is this possible? Too strong. Mikoto clenched her teeth. It's too strong, there's no way we can win. Since you're well aware of this, then hand over your class card. Hinajiku dispersed the white cherry blossom in her hand, revealing a victorious expression. It's not that you have no chance of winning, it's that we won't lose. You should have noticed it yourself, right? Mikoto scanned the four girls one by one. Yen didn't initiate an attack from the start. In other words, they've already shown mercy. There's no need to continue this fight. Hinajiku advised. Let's just end this battle. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio all became anxious. In the end, what should he do?
I'll say it again.
Wu Yan's emotionless voice echoed. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1484. Rin Enbin, Luvia, Iria, and Mio clearly heard the warning. Their hearts started to beat faster. No chance of winning. No chance of winning. His opponent this time was simply too strong. Not only were they as strong as the heroic spirits, but they were also unlike the heroic spirits that used rank cards to materialize. They lost their rationality and only knew how to destroy the enemy in front of them. This time, their opponents had no chance of winning. They were different from the heroic spirits that only relied on instinct to charge forward. This time their opponents knew how to think. Just this point alone was enough to pose a threat to him. Rin Dosaka looked at Luvia before looking at Mikoto, Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto. She hesitated for a moment before looking down at Mikoto and Ilya. The hand that was bound by the lock of discipline moved slightly and touched his sleeve. When he touched something, the hesitation in Rin Enbin's eyes became even stronger. In fact, there was a gem hidden in Rin Enbin's sleeve. It was the level 8 magic crystal that Wu Yan gave him that day at the coffee shop. This magical crystal had already been remade by Rin Enbin, and not only did he remove all the mana in it, but he also removed all the mana in it. He had even infused it with the most powerful spell that Rin Enbin knew. Coupled with the powerful magic within the magic crystal, once it was used, its power would be comparable to a heroic spirit relic's attack. That was Rin Enosaka's true trump card. However, if possible, Rin Enbin did not want to use it. It was not that Rin Enbin did not want to use the gem, nor was it that he wanted to show mercy. It was just that he knew how powerful it was. Once he used it, he would not be able to stop. In this mansion, the area was limited. The people on his side would definitely be involved. Or even worse. The entire mansion could not be saved. Unless he wanted to risk his life, who would not hesitate before using such a dangerous item? However, if he did not use it, with the current situation, there was no chance of winning. Thinking about this, Rin Enbin's eyes turned vicious. Don't die, everyone. Then, Rin Enosaka curled his finger. He pulled out the jewel in his sleeve. However, just as Rin Enosaka was about to release the spell within the gem in her hand suddenly disappeared. What? Rin Enosaka's body trembled. This is something that Yen gave you. How could Yen not take precautions against it? Chuju slowly walked out from behind Rin. Her yellow-green eyes glanced at Rin as she tossed the gem in her hand. Let me take care of this for the time being. You! Rin Enosaka was shocked. You? When did you? Indeed, without a weapon, my battle prowess will plummet, unlike Mikoto who can still display considerable strength. Chuju smiled sweetly. But, even if I don't have any combat skills, it doesn't mean that I don't have any other skills. I just happen to be good at speed. Specialized in speed? Moving from the bottom to here in the blink of an eye? That was no longer speed, but teleportation. Rin Enosaka and Luvia were both stunned speechless for a long time. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the two women by that man's side. Let me see. Chuju started touching Rin Enosaka and Luvia's body. Wait. The two girls panicked. What are you doing? Chuju ignored Rin Enosaka and Luvia's protest and continued to touch their body. Looks like the rank card isn't with you. Then, Mikoto turned her gaze to Elia and Mio who weren't far away. The rank card is with you too, right? Hearing this, Ilya and Mio instinctively revealed surprised and vigilant expressions and retreated. Bzzz. The purple magic array fluctuated from the void once again and stopped behind the retreating Elia and Meiyu, blocking their path. Before Elia and Mio could react, the discipline lock extended from the formation and wrapped around their limbs. It tightly tied them up and lifted them off the ground. It's over. Rin Enosaka and Luvia showed a bitter expression. It's over. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. A trace of helplessness appeared in their eyes. At this point, Wu Yan's cold expression slowly turned gentle. He walked up to the two struggling girls and opened his mouth in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Wu Yan looked at Mio's determined and relieved eyes. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a card from the card holder on Mio's thigh. It's a card with a picture of a black-robed sage holding a staff and the word, caster, inlaid at the bottom. Rank card, caster. A card made with a very high magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit corresponding to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows. Limited expansion. Using the magic attire as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Materialize the heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the rank card and use it for a short period of time. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Parallel limited expansion. With multiple magic attire, as the medium and the class card as the pass to the Seed of Heroes, multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Dream summoning. Using oneself as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the Seed of Heroic Spirits. Summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and materialize it on the user's body. It can transform the user into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the rebellious witch in Greek mythology Medea. Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. A dagger that can break all magic. It's the ultimate magical relic. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the lethality equivalent to an ordinary knife. However, its effect in breaking contracts is outstanding. Finally, after putting away the Caster rank card, Wu Yan looked at Ilya. Give me the Archer rank card as well. Ilya clenched her teeth and struggled with all her might, trying to break free from the lock of discipline. She had no intention of giving up at all. At the same time, Wu Yan extended his hand again and reached for the card on Ilya's thigh. No. Unexpectedly, Ilya's face was filled with excitement as she shouted loudly. I don't want. Ilya! Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Luvia looked at Ilya, who was abnormally agitated in surprise. Even Chuju and Mikoto were a little stunned. Ilya! Seeing Ilya's agitated appearance, Wu Yan frowned. It's already over. Don't! Ilya lowered her head and covered her eyes with her snow-like bangs. I definitely don't want. Everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw Ilya acting like this. Is that so? Wu Yan was the only one who asked with an indifferent expression. Why? Because. Ilya's deep and low voice sounded from below her bangs. Because, as if she was malfunctioning, Ilya kept repeating the same word. It seemed like she was preparing for something. What's wrong? The girls all felt that something was amiss. Ilya? Standing before Ilya, Wu Yan also frowned because of that strange feeling. Because. Maintaining her suspended appearance, Ilya slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. Ilya's emotionless and cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Because. Didn't we make an agreement? Because. Everyone's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That was because Ilya's originally ruby-like red eyes had turned golden at this moment. Bang! In the next instant, with Ilya as the center, a gale swept forth. Chapter 1485. Promise me that both of us won't have any regrets, okay? When Ilya saw the hand reaching toward her as if to end this battle, the first thing that came to her mind was the voice that made the promise with her. That's right. From the start, this battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. No matter which side it is, even though they can't give up on the class card, they still won't give it up if they can obtain it. Thus, in the end, the battle began. To make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. To be honest, Ilya doesn't want to fight Wu Yan. When Ilya saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, intending to take away her last class card, she secretly sighed in relief. This way the battle is over. I don't need to fight Big Brother anymore. I've collected all my class cards. From now on, I don't need to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Ever since Ilya nearly lost her life in the battle against the Berserker, she already had this thought in her mind. To Ilya, losing one's life in battle is too strange. She can't understand it at all. Part of the reason why he resisted the idea of fighting Wu Yan was because of this idea. Now the battle is finally coming to an end. There's no reason to fight anymore. No need to fight anymore. Ilya, who was completely relieved, unintentionally looked in the direction of Rin Enbin and Luvia as she waited for her class card to be taken away. On the staircase, Rin Enbin and Luvia, who were tightly bound by the discipline lock, stared at this side. Their eyes were filled with disappointment, regret, helplessness, and a little bit of unwillingness. They came to Fuyuki City to collect their class cards because of the Magic Association's Time Tower mission. The class cards fell into Wu Yan's hands. Then, this means that their mission will be declared a failure. Once the mission is declared a failure, Rin Enbin and Luvia won't be qualified to become the disciple of the second Magus. Helplessness. Regret. That's natural. Ilya could clearly see the helplessness and regret in her eyes. His heart trembled violently. This battle was originally created so that no one would have any regrets. He had indeed lost, but the rank card hadn't been taken away yet. Himself. How could he give up just like that? To fight for the sake of not leaving behind any regrets. Therefore, before the in-service card was taken away, even if it was for Big Brother, for Big Sister Ling, and for Big Sister Luvia, she absolutely could not give up in advance. Because, didn't we make a promise? In that instant, Ilya sensed. Something in his heart seemed to have broken. That thing that seemed to have been sealed in his body for many years finally burst forth. Boom! In the vast hole, a shockwave-like strong wind suddenly surged, turning into the most violent wind wave, regardless of whether it was friend or foe. With Ilya as the center, a frightening wave of air rose from her petite body. Like a storm, it swept out and affected the entire scene. Boom! Wu Yan, who was the closest to Ilya and standing before her, did not expect this at all. He was unable to react in time, and the violent shockwave was like an iron hammer. It heavily smashed into his body and sent him flying. Ugh! The situation was too sudden. Wu Yan did not even have the time to think about what happened. His body was hit by the shockwave and he was sent flying. He only stopped when he was far away from Ilya. This is... After stabilizing himself, Wu Yan looked at Ilya, who had become the center of the storm, with astonishment. Ah! Mio, Rin and Osaka and Luvia, who were bound by the chains of discipline, also cried out in surprise as the wind blew. What's going on? Chuju and Mikoto returned to Wu Yan's side. They looked at Ilya with astonishment. What happened to her? Wu Yan did not answer Chuju and Mikoto's question. His wine-red eyes were fixated on Ilya, who was suspended in midair with her head lowered like Jesus. He clenched his fists. The storm that surged out from Ilya's body was all magic power. It was enough to rival the magic power of the saber, which could form a dense magic fog. This is troublesome. The storm-like magic power was like a pair of wind wings that erupted from Ilya's back and set off a stormy wave of wind. Kocha! From the center of the dense magic power storm, such a sound echoed. That was the sound of the discipline lock created by the gods cracking. As though it was hit by an invisible force, the commandment lock wrapped around Ilya's body trembled, and the purple light on its surface dimmed completely. Bang! Ilya didn't even move. The chains of discipline, wrapped around her body, suddenly exploded into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in every corner of the scene. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock. But an even more shocking scene was yet to come. The magic power storm that swept through the entire scene revolved and completely withdrew into Ilya's body. Her head was lowered and her expression could not be seen. A layer of gentle light covered her body. Ilya! The ruby cried out in shock, but Ilya let go of it without hesitation and it fell to the floor. Soon after, Ilya raised her head and revealed her golden pupils. Expressionlessly, she took out a card from her body. Then, the gentle light on her body melted and poured into the ground. Like a beating heart, it rose and fell and formed a red magic formation that resembled a circular door. Dream summoning. Following this emotionless and cold voice, the card in Ilya's hand turned into light particles that slowly dissipated into the air and entered Ilya's body. Bzzz. The door-like circular magic array spun, and dense mana storms emerged from the magic array and flowed into Ilya's body. In the next moment, dazzling light erupted from Ilya's body. Within the dazzling light, Ilya's clothes gradually disappeared. Her petite body was covered in a layer of magic power flames. The flames started burning all over Ilya's body. As if they were condensing something, they began to fluctuate. By the time the magic power flames disappeared, Ilya's clothes had completely changed. There was a black skin-tight garment on her chest. It covered Ilya's chest and exposed everything below her chest. She wore a short red jacket that could only cover her shoulders and arms. She wore a pair of black tights that reached her ankles, and a red skirt with a slit in the front that looked like a cloak. Her snow-white hair was tied behind her head. The skin on her neck flickered with a pearl-like luster under the light. Ilya's field? Phone. Eins Balin, level 75. Wah. Mio, Rin Enbin, Luvia and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Dream summoning? It can't be? Hinajiku and Mikoto's expression changed as well. Isn't that the last of the 3 ways to use the class card? Using oneself as a medium to materialize the power of the heroic spirit on oneself? Doesn't Ilya only know how to use the limited expansion class card? Why would she use the dream summoning? No one could answer this question. Ilya, who was as cold as an iceberg, didn't give anyone the time to think about it. Tration, projection begin. An illusory halo formed by magic power formed a faintly discernible spherical object. It flashed in Ilya's hand. Ilya's emotionless gaze shot over like an arrow. A black longbow formed in the faintly discernible magic light ball and fell into Ilya's hand. At the same time, a sword that gradually became thinner appeared in Ilya's hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan's expression tightened and he shouted, "Back off!" Boom! At the same time, a laser-like arrow was released from Ilya's bow. The arrow tore through space and it arrived in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It sounded like a gunshot. Boom, like a missile, the laser-like arrow exploded and burst into flames. It engulfed Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Chapter 1486. Looking at the area filled with flames below them, Rin and Osaka, Luvia and Meiyu were dumbstruck. What happened? Luvia had a dumbstruck expression. She had no reaction at all. Ilya! Rin and Osaka turned his gaze to Ilya, whose eyes had turned golden. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well. An intense fluctuation appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Even Meiyu was unable to maintain her usual indifference. Shock filled her little face. At this moment, Ilya's 3 companions were all shaken. They looked at Ilya, who gave them a completely unfamiliar feeling, and looked at each other in dismay. Evidently, they were also unable to understand why Ilya would undergo such a change. What they were certain of is that Ilya used a class card and completely transformed herself into a heroic spirit. In other words, the current Ilya has become an existence akin to a heroic spirit. This is a lie, right? This was the only thought that Rin and Osaka, Luvia and Meiyu had right now. But at this moment, the expression of Ilya, who was holding the black longbow, changed. Her empty hand suddenly moved, and a strangely shaped dagger that resembled one of the extremes of Taiji appeared in her hand. Tightly holding the short blade in her hand, Ilya fiercely swung it. Bringing forth a sharp gale, the short blade ferociously hacked at a certain space beside her. The sharp short blade streaked across space. When it was about to reach a certain location, the space there suddenly fluctuated. A black silhouette appeared without any warning. Holding a nimble long blade, that black silhouette met the incoming short blade head-on without any hesitation. Clang! The long blade and short blade collided. A thunderous sound of collision mixed with ripples of energy rapidly spread out. The ripples of energy struck Ilya and the black silhouette holding the long blade. Pong! Both Ilya and the black silhouette retreated several steps at the same time, creating a distance between them. This allowed Ilya to clearly see the black silhouette's true appearance. Naturally, it was Wu Yan. Strength. You've become a lot stronger. Wu Yan curled his lips. A trace of graveness could be seen in his eyes. He looked at the pair of emotionless golden eyes that were looking at him. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. You are Ilya, right? Ilya didn't say a word, as if she didn't know Wu Yan. She took a step, and with a faint stomping sound, she turned into an afterimage and charged at Wu Yan. In one hand, he held a short knife that looked like one of the extremes of Tai Chi in his other hand. The black bow suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a matching dagger. Holding a pair of black and white short swords, Ilya raised them above her head and she slashed down at Wu Yan's head with an expressionless face. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he wanted to kill Wu Yan. Ilya! Seeing Ilya's merciless manner, he felt a chill run down his spine. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Mio, and the others turned pale with fright.
Don't worry. Such a voice entered Rin and Osaka and the other two's ears.
Chuju and Makoto appeared at an unknown time.
They stared at the two people fighting below and spoke without turning their heads.
That little girl won't be able to hurt Yen. As if to verify the authenticity of Chuju and Makoto's words, Wu Yen looked at the two daggers that were rapidly enlarging in his eyes. He clenched his fist and faced the charging Ilya from afar.
A punch was thrown.
The space in front of him shook violently. A sharp piercing sound could be heard. It was as if an invisible cannonball was shot out. With a sharp piercing sound, it violently shot out and collided with Ilya's dagger.
Boom!
The dagger that was hacking down stopped and collided with the invisible cannonball. The rebound force caused the dagger to tremble unceasingly. It was almost knocked out of Ilya's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the dagger stopped, it was Wu Yan's turn to attack. His figure turned into a black shadow.
Like a viper coming out of its hole, he moved to Ilya's side.
Wu Yan tightly held Nyedon no Shana in his hand. Like a club, he directly smashed it towards Ilya's shoulder. Seeming to be able to sense the sharpness of the incoming attack, Ilya expressionlessly threw away the dagger in one of her hands and extended her free hand in the direction where Shana of the Niao Temple came from. 7 blazing rings, Lawayas. In an instant, a pink petal bloomed in Ilya's raised hand.
Clang! Nyedon no Shana that carried a sharp edge ferociously chopped at the pink petal. The two collided.
Nyedon no Shana seemed to have chopped at a wall, causing a clear sound of metal clashing. A cold glint flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. He twisted the arm holding Nyedon no Shana. With a bang, a burst of red lotus flames suddenly ignited on the dagger. The flames of the red lotus surged out like a tidal wave. Through the blade of Nyangdian Shana, the flames climbed onto the flower shield called 7 blazing rings, Lawayas. With a strange spin, the flames trickily spread and burned towards Ilya. At this moment, Ilya slightly frowned. Then, her expression became more and more indifferent. Ilya straightforwardly abandoned 7 blazing rings, Lawayas, and allowed it to be covered by the red lotus flames. She leaned to the side and suddenly moved. Her body passed through the gaps between the petals of 7 blazing rings, Lawayas, and rushed towards Wu Yan like a ghost. A faintly discernible light flashed in her hand. Once again, a pair of black and white daggers appeared in Ilya's hand. With a chi sound, the daggers cut through the air and ruthlessly chopped towards Wu Yan's neck.
Clang!
As the daggers fell, Wu Yan did not dodge. With an expressionless face, he waved Nyedon no Shana, and collided with the daggers. Once again, a clear sound was heard. However, in terms of strength, even if Ilya had transformed into a heroic spirit, it was absolutely impossible for her to compete with Wu Yan unless her dream summon was a berserker rank card.
Bam!
Therefore, at the same time when the agile long sword collided with the black and white daggers, a vast force shattered the daggers in Ilya's hands. Ilya's pupils shrank. However, before she could react, Wu Yan raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Ilya like a thunderbolt. It was such a short-distance attack, and the one who attacked was an existence like Wu Yan. Even with the strength of a heroic spirit, Ilya could not dodge in time. Fortunately, although Ilya had transformed into an archer, the heroic spirit corresponding to the archer rank card was also extremely experienced in close combat. At that moment, almost like a conditioned reflex, Ilya raised her hand. A light flashed from her hand and turned into a dagger to block the incoming fist.
Bam! In a muffled sound, the fist carrying a terrifying force was like an iron hammer that heavily smashed onto the dagger in Ilya's hand.
Bam! The dagger shattered and scattered like powder. Ilya's slender hand also directly bore the remaining force, causing pain to her palm. The pain from her hand made Ilya frown. However, she still maintained an expressionless look. She turned her palm, spread out her 5 fingers, and pushed her palm towards the void in front of her as if she was clapping. She actually borrowed the force of this blow to turn around and hit Wu Yan's chest with her palm. Such rich close combat awareness made Wu Yan surprised and bewildered. Soon after, an interesting expression appeared on his face as he suddenly punched Ilya's palm. Pa! Ilya bent her elbow and dodged Wu Yan's punch. Then, she clenched her hand and the black and white daggers flashed in her hand again. She spun in the air and slashed at Wu Yan like a spinning top. Clang 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 clang. In the face of Ilya's ever-changing and skillful attacks, even with Wu Yan's skills, he no longer continued to fight with his bare hands. He could only raise his Niandan Temple Shana. Under Ilya's violent attacks, he retreated while brandishing his sword to counter her attacks, neutralizing all of her attacks into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan and Ilya exchanged a dozen blows. Even though Ilya took the initiative to attack, Wu Yan still managed to parry all of her attacks. For a moment, swords and sabers clashed, and the attacks were all fierce. Looking at the situation, if one of them was careless, one of them would suffer serious injuries. From the looks of it, the battle no longer looked like a competition for something. This was the real battle. Chapter 1487. Bang! Fierce magic power gushed out like a shockwave, pushing back Ilya who was attacking him. Ilya raised the black and white daggers in her hands and blocked the magic power wave that was rushing towards her. Protecting her slender body, she flew back and pulled away from Wu Yan who had ignited the magic power in his body. She lowered her body slightly and a vigilant look flashed across her golden eyes. Waving the Nyama no Shana in his hand, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Ilya who was standing opposite him. Looking at her expressionless face, he frowned slightly. The Ilya in front of him did not look like the Ilya he knew at all. In the original plot, there was also a time when Ilya was fighting against a certain heroic spirit. Due to her own danger, she mutated and did not know how to use Dream Summon, so she used the Archer class card to perform Dream Summon. In the original plot, due to her own crisis, Ilya mutated and transformed into an Archer heroic spirit. She was exactly the same as this Ilya in front of him. However, why did Ilya mutate like that? Why was she able to use the Archer class card to perform the Dream Summon, without knowing how to use the Dream Summon? Wu Yan did not know. What he could be sure of was that the Ilya in front of him was definitely not Ilya herself. After all, it was impossible for Ilya to attack him so fiercely and mercilessly when fighting him. It was also impossible for her to be so cold and taciturn. Either this Ilya in front of him was someone else. Either Ilya has lost her original consciousness and is using some unknown method to fight against me. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the pair of black and white daggers that Ilya had been using since the beginning had been broken who knows how many times. There was also the petal-shaped light shield that Ilya had used not long ago, known as the 7 blazing rings. They were all noble artifacts. Not only the black and white daggers and the petal-shaped light shield, even the bow that Ilya used in the beginning and the arrow that was shot out. They were all noble artifacts. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, it was a relic used by the heroic spirit of the archer that Ilya had transformed into. It looked like they were all replicas. It was a replica of another heroic spirit's relic. Of course, it didn't matter if it was fake or not. Those were all noble phantoms. Even if they were not as good as those genuine noble phantoms, their level and power were definitely inferior. However, they were superior in that they could be discarded at will and copied at will. Before their mana was exhausted, they would be inexhaustible, which was very convenient. In fact, the black and white dual blades that Ilya had been using had been shattered many times, but Ilya was still able to replicate them. After transforming into a heroic spirit, Ilya's strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where Wu Yan had no choice but to take her seriously. Then, taking a deep breath, Wu Yan's majestic mana burst out from his body. Just a little, let's get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, purple magic arrays appeared around Wu Yan one after another. These magic arrays then took aim at Ilya like turrets. Ilya was secretly shocked. Chi! In practically the blink of an eye, from one of the purple magic arrays, a chain glimmering with purple light suddenly turned into a fuzzy black line like a viper. It pierced through space and shot toward Ilya who was not far away. The tip of the chain was abnormally sharp. Moreover, it was faintly flowing with dense mana. Hearing the sharp sound of the chain piercing through the air as it shot over, it was clear that if one were to be pierced by it, it would be no different from being struck by a sharp sword. One's body would definitely be pierced through. Because of that, Ilya did not dare to be careless with the chain piercing through space. Tracian projecting. Raising her small palms forward, the black and white dual blades directly dissipated in the air. As if she was holding on to something, Ilya clenched her hand. A ray of light flickered from her palm and turned into a black longbow. At the same time, her other hand also flickered with light and turned into a spiral-like long sword. The spiral-like long sword gradually became thinner and turned into an arrow. Ilya placed it on the bow and aimed at the incoming chain. Boom! Immediately, magic power surged to the tip of the arrow, and as Ilya released her grip, the arrow turned into a beam of fire amidst a gunshot sound. It shot out and collided with the incoming chain head-on. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sound was heard. A ring of flame-like energy ripples shook and reverberated in the air. As if an explosion had occurred in midair, a wave of fire was set off. However, the wave of fire did not last for long before it completely exploded. That was because, like the chain from before, 3 black silhouettes shot out from the other side of the wave of fire. Like crossbows, they pierced toward Ilya with sharp whistling sounds. Coldly looking at the 3 black silhouettes shooting toward her, Ilya waved her hand and 3 black longswords rapidly condensed in her hand. Then they turned into arrows and were placed on the bow by Ilya again. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of muffled gunshots, 3 arrows suddenly shot out like lasers and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang! 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 This time, there was no explosion. When the chains and arrows collided, a burst of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks shook the atmosphere. Seeing that the battle seemed to be in a deadlock, Ilya's emotionless golden eyes flashed with inconceivable impatience. Soon after, Ilya extended her hand once again. Tracian, projection begin. An astonishing burst of magic power burst forth from Ilya's hand. That was magic power more astonishing than any of the treasured artifacts that Ilya had replicated so far. Boundless magic power fluctuated and dazzling light flashed from Ilya's hand. A short moment later, a sword was condensed. It was a sword that seemed to be completely forged from gold. The sword's edge was golden, the sword's hilt was blue, and the sword's body was flowing with a chilly sharpness. Seeing such a sword, regardless of whether it was Wu Yan who was standing opposite Ilya or the many girls watching from the sidelines, all of their eyes trembled. It was none other than the Excalibur. Ilya had replicated the Excalibur. When she held the Excalibur in her hand, the Excalibur turned into a beam of light and condensed into a beam of light that was only as wide as a finger. Then, Ilya knocked the beam of light that was as wide as a finger on her bow. Bzzz. The space around the bow began to tremble violently. A circle of terrifying mana ripples slowly emerged from all directions and converged toward the tip of the arrow formed by the Excalibur. It was like a circle of shrinking ripples that condensed toward the tip of the Excalibur arrow. What a terrifying magic power compression. Rin Enbin, Luvia, and Mio revealed an astonished expression. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto involuntarily called out. Wu Yan's expression also changed greatly. He leaped and retreated. Of course, Wu Yan did not plan to run away. While retreating, terrifying magic power erupted from Wu Yan's body like a flash flood. A vast amount of magic power rapidly rushed through the space and unceasingly rushed toward the sky like a tide. With a spiral, it turned into a whirlpool like a black hole. The whirlpool gradually rotated. Every time it rotated, it would emit a fiery red luster. Not long after, bright red light filled the entire whirlpool. In the end, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura like a volcanic crater that was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, Ilya's expression fluctuated a few times. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. She focused, aimed, and released the arrow in her hand. Boom! A sound more oppressive than any of the previous arrows released by Ilya resounded through the sky. The many girls on the stairs covered their ears in shock. Soon after, the arrow of light carrying terrifying magic power ripples violently shot out. The speed of the arrow of light was so fast that it could even penetrate the obstruction of space. In a flash, it carried an astonishing amount of magic power and appeared only a few meters away from Wu Yan. Looking at this terrifyingly powerful attack, the faces of Rin Enbin and the others instantly paled. Even if they weren't in the center of the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the arrow of Excalibur. If they were hit by it, they would definitely die. But as the target, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. The magic power on his body suddenly revolved and poured into the fiery red whirlpool in the sky. An equally powerful and terrifying flow of mana surged out of the vortex and into the surroundings. Awakened Titan's hand. Following a shout, a huge fiery red arm over 10 meters long emerged from the red whirlpool. The moment that fiery red arm emerged, the surrounding space violently shook like an avalanche. Under the horrified gazes of many onlookers, the huge fiery red arm emitted an unusually strong pressure and mana fluctuation as it ruthlessly swung its fist at the Excalibur arrow that was shooting towards it. Boom! In the next breath, two attacks that contained an extremely frightening might collided in the air above the spacious hall. A thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky of Fuyuki City. Chapter 1488. Boom! An earth-shattering roar, centered on the Eiderfeldt's mansion, resounded throughout the night sky of Fuyuki City. Like an earth-shattering thunder, many people in Fuyuki City were awakened from their sleep, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even the residents of Fuyuki City had such an impact, let alone the many girls who were still in the mansion of the Eiderfeldts. The deafening noise was even worse. Even though they were prepared, many of the young girls watching from the sidelines were still shaken to the point that their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. At the point where the two extremely ferocious attacks collided, wave after wave of substance-like shockwaves crazily spread in all directions. Even space itself had become slightly distorted under this frightening shockwave and collision. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mikoto! Seeing that the shockwave was about to hit them, Chuju quickly shouted. Understood. With a single leap, Mikoto arrived in front of all the girls. With a wave of her hand, a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground. With a wave, it condensed into a thick wall, protecting all the girls inside. Boom! The oncoming storm mercilessly hit the wall made of iron sand, causing the black iron sand wall, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the side of the wall that was directly hit by the storm. Below, Wu Yan, who was at the center of the shockwave, immediately waved his hand, and the space ripple of the Gate of Babylon expanded from the ground, and a huge black sword emerged from it, forming a sword wall to block the shockwave. Ilya also raised a hand and used a relic called 7 blazing rings, Lawayas. Pink flower petals blossomed and blocked in front of Ilya. Rumble. Unfortunately, the Eiderfeldt mansion wasn't so lucky. Under the impact of the shockwave and the collision of the two attacks, the mansion's walls were shattered. Without any suspense, the walls of the Eiderfeldt mansion collapsed and scattered into rubble. The ceiling exploded in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. Boom! Not long after, the entire mansion exploded under the impact of the shockwave and the shockwave. With a loud explosion, an even more intense wave of fire was set off. The entire mansion was turned into a pile of rubble. Yuwa, under the protection of the iron sandwall, although the girls were fine, they were still attacked by the shockwave and the shockwave. They screamed and hid behind the wall. They didn't even dare to move. The chains of discipline that bound Rin Enbin, Mikoto, and Ruvia had disappeared at some point. The three girls were hiding behind the black iron sandwall just like Hinajuku and Mikoto, hugging their heads with their eyes closed. Their minds were blank. The gravel flying in all directions was like bullets, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and some even shot out explosively. Some moved like tornadoes, some moved back and forth, and some fell from the sky and smashed onto Hinajuku, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Mio, and the others, causing them to cry out in pain. Wu Yan and Ilya, who were at the center of the shockwaves, were also engulfed by the shockwaves. The other girls couldn't see what happened to the two of them. Therefore, no one noticed that the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, was being activated. Ilya, who was resisting the storm and waves of fire, suddenly lost focus in her emotionless golden eyes as though they had turned sluggish. At the same time, Ilya felt that her vision became blurry. In the next moment, Ilya lost her consciousness for a brief moment. The shockwave and fire that filled the entire Eiderfeldt mansion continued to wreak havoc for an unknown amount of time. Only then did it slowly fade away. The area that was blinded by the shockwave. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. Behind the iron sandwall, a group of young girls peeked their heads out, their hearts palpitating as they looked ahead. The originally luxurious residence had long since been reduced to charred rubble. Raging flames spread in the surroundings. The entire mansion has been turned into ruins. In the ruins filled with raging flames and scattered rubble, Wu Yan just so happened to walk out from the wall of pitch-black greatswords. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although he looked a bit wretched, he didn't receive any injuries. Seeing this, Hinajiku and Makoto's faces relaxed. Rin, Tozaka and Mio also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's great that he's fine. Only Wuxia was frowning as she looked around the ruins. Just when everyone thought that she was feeling heartache over the destruction of her home, Wuxia said such a sentence. "Where's Ilya Fischl?" Hearing that, the girls were startled. They finally reacted and hurriedly swept their gazes forward. After searching for a while, not a single one of them discovered Ilya. Ilya! Rin, Enbin and Mio couldn't help but stand up and rush out. Chuju, Mikoto and Wuxia also hurriedly followed. "Where's Ilya?" The girls all came to Wu Yan's side. Rin, Enbin and Mio anxiously asked. "Where's Ilya?" "Ilya?" Wu Yan was startled. He frowned and looked around. Indeed, no matter where he looked, he didn't see Ilya's figure. "No, it can't be." Rin Enbin panicked. "It can't be that she's already." "Impossible." Wu Yan denied. "I saw Ilya using a defensive noble artifact. Moreover, the attack didn't directly affect Ilya's body. It's hard to say whether she's injured or not, but it's definitely not the worst-case scenario that you're imagining." Then, Rin Enbin looked at the ruins in a daze. "Then where's Ilya?" Mio's eyes were filled with uncontrollable worry. In the end she called out, "Ilya!" Unexpectedly, this symbolic call received a response. "Woo, woo." In a corner piled up by rubble, a sound of shen-in rang out. I'm here. Ilya." Everyone's face lit up. They all ran towards the source of the voice. They turned around and walked into the corner piled up by rubble. However, in the next instant, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. "Ilya! Ilya!" It's unknown who called out in disbelief, but no one had the time to pay attention to that. Everyone's gaze, attention and even the ability to think were all taken away by the scene in front of them. There, Ilya is holding her head as if she's having a headache. She sat on the ground and wobbled as if she's dizzy. Of course, that's not the reason why everyone became like this. The reason why everyone, including Wu Yan, Chuju and Makoto, were completely frozen on the spot with their eyes wide open is because there are two Ilyas before them. That's right. There are two Ilyas. One of them is wearing ordinary clothes. She has snow-white hair and red eyes. She's the familiar Ilya. The other one was wearing the clothes of Ilya, who had just transformed into a heroic spirit. She had dark skin, silver hair, and golden pupils. She looked exactly the same as Ilya. The two Ilyas with identical appearances but different details are sitting on the ground. They're both holding their heads. It seems like they're in a dizzy state. But the people that saw this scene are actually in a similar state. They're also in a dizzy state. Wu Yan was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His mind is so chaotic that he's unable to think properly. What's going on here? You. The familiar Ilya held her head and opened one of her eyes. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, she tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? Before she could finish her words, Ilya also noticed that something's wrong. As if they've made an agreement, the two Ilyas turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes met. Then both of them were stunned. This. Everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. The first one to react was the dark-skinned Ilya. Bang! Fiercely stomping on the ground, the black-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped onto a pile of rubble. Her golden pupils swept over everyone present with a glance. There was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. No one could understand what she was thinking. Then, with another leap, the dark-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped over the Eiderfeld family's wall. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They were completely unable to react. After a long time, Chapter 1489.
Fuyuki City, the home of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. This is where you live? After entering the house, Luvia scanned the entire courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. She only nodded slightly when she arrived at the hall on the top floor. Although it's a bit small, it's not bad. Small. Ilya looked at the hall that was 2 to 3 times bigger than her house and laughed dryly. Then what about my house? Don't compare me to you. I just want to live comfortably. Size is not a factor that I need to consider. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and walked to the sofa. All right, no need to be so polite. Sit down. Hinajuku and Mikoto led Rin Dosaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mikoto to sit on the sofa across from Wu Yan. They looked at each other in confusion before sitting down on the sofa. As usual, Hinajuku and Mikoto stayed by Wu Yan's left and right as if they are leaving everything to Wu Yan to handle. One has to say, at this moment, the two of them gave off the feeling of a virtuous wife. Since Luvia's mansion was turned into ruins by Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya, Wu Yan brought all of them to his house. Of course, the reason why he brought Luvia and the others to his house was not because he felt guilty for destroying Luvia's mansion and wanted to keep them as his mistress. Instead, with the current situation, if they couldn't find a place to sit down and have a good chat, none of them would be able to sleep tonight. By the way, where's that old but vigorous butler of yours? Wu Yan asked Luvia in confusion. I didn't see him today. Ogiest has temporarily returned to the main family. Luvia casually replied. Today's battle isn't something that Ogiest can participate in, so I had him leave. Fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then, he looked at the main character of the day, Ilya, who is looking very nervous. So, Ilya, don't you have anything you want to say? Say. Ilya tilted her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Say what? Don't tell me you don't have any clue about the changes in your body. Rin and Osaka couldn't help but ask. That black Ilya. What's going on? Everyone's gazes gathered on Ilya at the same time, causing her to involuntarily shrink her head. However, her eyes were still filled with confusion and even some grievance. Even if you ask me that, I still have no idea what's going on. According to Ilya herself, when Wu Yan was about to take away her rank card, something came out of her body. She felt as if something was coming out of her body. Then, she didn't know anything else. When Ilya regained her consciousness again, it was already after the battle between Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya. Another dark-skinned Ilya appeared. As for what happened in between, Ilya had no recollection at all. It was as if a part of her memory was suddenly missing. She couldn't connect the two at all. In other words, Wu Yan asked with uncertainty. You have no idea what you did. You don't even know that you used dream summoning? I can't remember anything. I only remember Oni-chan wanted to take my class card away from me. Then, my vision started spinning. When I recovered, that black guy appeared. Ilya hugged her head in frustration. She looked at Wu Yan with a pained expression. By the way, what is dream summoning? Dream summoning. Luvia suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Ilya Field also said the same thing before he turned into a heroic spirit. What is dream summoning? Rin Enbin looked deeply at Wu Yan. You seem to know a lot about it. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Yan. Because of this, no one noticed that Mei Yu was looking at Wu Yan with a complicated and serious expression. It was as if this question wasn't a question to her. It was as if she was on a mission. Let me explain. The one who responded to everyone's puzzled gaze was Chuju, who was pouring tea. Hinajuku explained after looking at Rin Tobasaka's group of 4. The so-called dream summoning refers to using the same principle as the limited expansion to use the rank card. It replaces the process of summoning the heroic spirit with the magic attire, and uses the person's body as the medium to summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and cover the person's body with it. Which is the so-called heroic spirit you guys are talking about? Mikoto looked at Ilya suspiciously. But why do you know how to use dream summoning? When you use the limited expansion,
The user provides the rank card and the two magic attires with personalities use the rank card to connect to the heroic spirit seed of heroes and make contact with the heroic spirit's body.
Wu Yan looked directly at Ilya.
But the dream summoning requires the person to be the medium and use the rank card as the pass to the heroic spirit seed of heroes to make contact with the heroic spirit's body and borrow the heroic spirit's power. If you don't know how to use it, you won't be able to use the dream summoning. Ilya, how did you do it? Even if you ask me that.
Ilya's little face was bitter. She was in a dilemma.
I don't know what's going on either. Hearing this, many people looked at each other helplessly. If that's the case, won't they be unable to solve the problem?
Brother Wu Yan. Mei Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up.
Why are you so familiar with the usage of the rank card? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka and Wuxia also realized what was going on. That's right. Why are Wu Yan and the others so familiar with the so-called dream summoning of the rank card? Even the Magic Association has only analyzed that the rank card can draw out the heroic spirit's power and use the magic attire to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. Other than that, they didn't get any other information. As for this dream summoning class card that could manifest the power of the heroic spirit in one's body, it should be the true way to use the class card, right? Even the Magic Association couldn't analyze the usage of this card, so how did Wu Yan and the others know about it? The reason we know how to use the cards is because we used a special method to analyze the cards.
Wu Yan mused for a bit before he came up with an answer that is somewhat ambiguous but not without some degree of truth.
However, all we've got is the usage of the rank cards and the information about the hero spirits and relics that correspond to each rank card. Apart from that, we don't know who made the rank cards, what they're made of, and how they're made.
I see.
Rin and Osaka and Wuxia lowered their heads and pondered.
Mei Yu, who was staring at Wu Yan, softened her gaze and sighed in relief.
According to what you all are saying. Ilya scratched her cheeks and spoke with an uncertain tone. At that time, I didn't know the true usage of the rank card, so I used the dream summoning thing?
That's right.
Mikoto nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. That's why we're all curious about how you did it.
Then.
Ilya sighed. Could it have been that black guy who did it? That's the only explanation for now. Although I don't know what's going on with the black Ilya, she's still in her heroic spirit state. The archer rank card must be with her. Wu Yan pondered and said. No matter what, we should find the black Ilya first. Perhaps we can get the answer.
Before that.
Chuju's yellow-green eyes shifted to Wuxia and Mei Yu. You don't have a place to stay, right? Why don't you stay here for the night?
Stay here.
Mei Yu was stunned.
Wuxia, on the other hand, frowned.
No need, we'll just stay in a hotel. Bringing a kid to a hotel? You're really something.
Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Wuxia.
It's already so late. I think all of you should stay here tonight.
This.
Rin Enbin and the other three looked out of the window. They looked at each other and nodded. They agreed to it. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.